Good afternoon. Welcome to the December 14th, last meeting, scheduled meeting this year of the Arlington County Board. Board members Dorsey, Vice Chair Crystal, Chair DeFerranti, Board Member Garvey, Board Member Carantonis, all here. We will start today with reports from the board and the manager, actually with the manager's report. Changed the order a little bit for this Tuesday meeting. We'll hear just a few reports from board members and appoint advisory group members. We are seeking to get to recess by 3:45. We have a short closed session that we'll get to. So we'll start with Mr. Manager, Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm going to ask Dr. Varghese and Dr. Miller to come up and provide us a brief update on vaccinations and testing. So over to you, Dr. Varghese.
Doctor and doctor.
Good afternoon. I'll update on the cases and vaccines, and Dr. Miller will update on testing. Could I have the slide up just so that we have a background of the pandemic curve in Arlington, which everyone knows about at this point? Cases have increased. Our rates are now as high as they were back in February 2021. This is definitely a post-Thanksgiving bump, as Dr. Miller reminds us, a 14-day incubation period after exposure. So if we keep forgetting, I want people to congregate as much as possible, do it as safely as possible, because these are the conditions. And as we enter into holiday season coming up and with flu, it could be a perfect storm. But fortunately, we have not seen an increase in deaths. So that, I think, is obviously a definite positive. On the vaccine front, for those eligible for vaccine, we're now at least at 82.2% of the eligible population, and that's those 5 and older. So that is fantastic. We've made progress in all age groups, including some of the younger populations, older than 18. We're seeing a steady increase, and I suspect that that's partly related to the mandates from the various organizations out there. And just on vaccine in general, I'm proud of the public health staff who have accomplished this. The staff alone have administered now over 180,000 doses of vaccine through the Arlington clinics, and I'm proud of the support the county has provided us to accomplish this, including Parks and Recreation, Technology Services, the Police Department, Fire Department, Human Services, and to Dipson and Office of Emergency Management. They've all made this happen. For the 5 to 11 population, we're now at 51.4% of the population with at least 1 dose, and that's just since starting after the week of November 3rd. So absolutely doing well. Obviously, we want to do even better than that, but we have, if not the highest, the second highest percentage in the state. We are starting this week at certain schools to improve access to vaccine, as we did for the 12 to 15-year-olds campaign earlier this summer. Today, in fact, it's at Kenmore Middle School from 3 to 5. Tomorrow at Gunston Middle School from 3 to 6. On Thursday, the 16th, Hoffman Boston Elementary from 4:30 to 6:30. And on Friday, even on a Friday, Montessori Public School, 4:30 to 6:30. And then we'll repeat that in 3 weeks' time so that those individuals can get those next doses. And depending on the uptake, we'll think about scheduling additional first dose activities. So we're trying different methods to increase access, especially for those who may find it difficult. These are the areas that are considered to be have the higher free and reduced lunch in Title I schools to try to improve access. No appointments are necessary, no health insurance, and you don't have to be an APS APS student to get access. We just need parents and guardians 18 and older to be present for consent. As a reminder, I want to remind everyone who's now 16 or older, all of those individuals are now eligible for boosters. The Pfizer is definitely for those 16 and 17 years of age, and then all 3 of the vaccines are available for those 18 and older, and we're encouraging everyone to get boosters. Also, if you're a person with immunocompromising conditions and haven't gotten your additional dose yet, please do. Same conditions apply. There are plenty of places to get the vaccine. We're running our sites still at Arlington Mill and Walter Reed 7 days a week, and there are over 30 sites in the county at pharmacies and grocery stores just in the county, 26 square miles, to receive these services as well. And that's in addition to whatever people can get from their healthcare facility. I'm sure people want to know a little bit about Omicron. Variants happen. Omicron is in the region, and Delta still is a predominant strain. Only time will tell if that will change. What we do know at the moment is Omicron spreads more readily than the original COVID virus. We don't know yet if that's true in comparison to Delta. And we don't know if it's prone to cause more severe illness than things like Delta and so on. So my final message is layers remain the best line of defense against COVID. Vaccines are the single best choice if you're reducing your risk for hospitalization and death, and that's even with what we know about Omicron now, masking, and then, of course, testing. And with that, that is for Dr. Miller.
Dr. Miller. Thank you, Dr. Varghese.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Varghese, and members of the board. Happy to be with you this afternoon to report 436,325 total tests reported to the Virginia Department of Health. Those are just PCR tests alone. 123,055 of those administered on Arlington County sites, so still about 20 to 25% of the total testing capacity within the county. We have, over the last 2 weeks, Dr. Varghese alluded to the post-holiday bump. We have seen that in not only demand for testing, but also the test positivity rate. So at the end of October, the test positivity rate, the rolling average was somewhere between 2 and 2.5% or so. We were at about 4.4, 4.5% last time I checked. Meaning we have seen what it could be considered to be quite an increase over the last month in the presence of disease in the community. The result of that is a higher demand for testing, and we want to let people know again about the resources that are available to them should they be choosing to travel, gather around the holidays. We want to make sure that they do so safely. So Arlington County has 3 testing sites that are still available from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Those are the ones at Arlington Mill, the Courthouse Plaza parking lot, Virginia Highlands. No age restriction. Residency is not required. No appointments are required. However, I would encourage them, particularly in this busy holiday season. The last appointment is at 6:30. Again, no insurance required for those, no referral. And because they are a PCR test, there is no same-day result available that is sent to a lab, the, quote, gold standard that Dr. Varghese talks about. I do want to mention a new program that initiated last week. My special thanks to the Arlington, to the libraries, to Diane Kresh and her team, and to Dr. Varghese's team. In partnership with the Virginia Department of Health, the Virginia Library Association was offering a pilot program to provide free antigen test kits in certain libraries. We were able to get into that program. There are a limited number of localities. We were able to get into that program in the first pilot week, and it was to say it was a success is an understatement. Within an hour, we were out of the tests that had been allocated to us here in Arlington. We have about a 3- or 4-fold increase, hopefully coming this week, to be able to continue to sustain that program. That offers the free Binax Now antigen test kit. That is an at-home antigen test kit. While it is not the gold standard, it does have a degree of sensitivity and specificity that will help keep people safe and know their status. The Virginia Department of Health is also using something called the eMed digital platform. Folks will receive more information when they pick up one of those test kits so that their test result can be reported to the Virginia Department of Health and tracked by the local health department. Proof of county residency is not required. A library card is not required. Visitors are welcome to pick up test kits for themselves and household members, and they're available at library locations, at each library location at the service desk. As I mentioned, last week we had overwhelming demand, and so we'll be posting through a number of outlets, not only social media, but with our community-based partners to make sure that folks know those are available. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Gotten several emails about the testing kits at the library, so very much appreciate that. Dr. Varghese, certainly the data that you suggested is of concern. I've been watching daily on the hospitalizations in Arlington because I think that there's boosters, and really glad to see federal data finally came in, and the county took a bump because of our federal employees that are finally appear to be counted in Virginia Department of Health. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you very much for this report. Boy, this pandemic just keeps changing. One, on the at-home testing kits, those are great. I actually was traveling, was worried about my family, so I just checked that they were way easier than I thought they would be. So hopefully we can find, they are kind of pricey for people at drugstores, so hopefully that can get fixed. So thank you. Glad we could offer that as a pilot. A sort of a general question for Dr. Varghese. So the case numbers going up, happily the death rate has not gone up, or hospitalizations, but that usually is lagging indicator, I'm assuming. But are we thinking that these are maybe a certain number of breakthrough cases? Do we know how many they are, so that while they're cases, they're not probably as serious? Do we know that data? I don't know if we do.
So, excellent question. In the hospitalization and deaths across the state and across the nation, that is almost exclusively or mostly the unvaccinated, okay? The absolute truth is, since we know that infection was possible even under vaccination, as more people get vaccinated, obviously the group that you're going to see positivity going up more will be among the vaccinated. It's just the nature of the beast. As more people get vaccinated, they're going to be the individuals with infection, but they're not moving on to hospitalization and death because there's the protective factor. I think the question behind the question that you're giving me the opportunity is, how long before we may see a waning in the hospitalization and death protection from the vaccine? So far, we have not hit that. I hope that we never hit that, and that's why considering boosters is important, because it's a way to move that goalpost further down. Because especially with flu season coming, we don't need the nexus of people being hospitalized for COVID, hospitalized for flu, or both, because we've been fortunate, but it hasn't meant that our hospital systems haven't had strains put on here. And we've seen elsewhere where bed capacity has been exceeded. And what people don't realize is if they get into the hospital for COVID, there may not be beds for the people who may not have COVID. We know of people who have not gotten in for heart attack care and have died because of it, because the beds are taken up. So that's the social responsibility that I want to remind people of in general. I want you to protect yourself, but taking the vaccine, you're also helping to preserve resources for other people, because heart attacks are still happening at this time of year, other conditions. And if those need hospital beds and they're not available, they're out of luck.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I actually have family in Wisconsin experiencing that problem, needing an emergency room and having a real hard time with it. So thank you. This reminds me, Dr. Varghese, you didn't give your regular update on flu to make sure everybody takes their flu shots, so we'll slip that in. And I think we really can't emphasize enough when we talk about cases going up that it's not hospitalization, it's not death, most likely because people are vaccinated, get vaccinated. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Varghese, even if the news are really not great. Yeah, it's the highest increase besides the absolute peak, right? So two questions. First, our current testing, is that detecting Omicron?
So what the testing does is it detects certain elements of the virus. So that's the most important thing. So it hasn't escaped that detection ability. What the surveillance does beyond that is there's a certain proportion that's taken by each state and tested at other laboratories to see what the variant strains may be. That's how we detect if it's in the community. We're not, the test, it's kind of like a pregnancy test. All you're doing is saying, is it positive, is it negative? Additional surveillance has to be done to see, is it Omicron or not? So far, it hasn't changed enough that the available tests don't detect whether the virus is present or not. I'm hoping that doesn't change enough that that escapes that. But that's the real issue. As variants develop, what could happen? Is it more contagious? Does it evade vaccine protection? Can it evade detection of what we currently have? And only over time will we learn that, because Mother Nature is ahead of us in that circumstance all the time.
Thank you. Second question related to that. So I understand that people who are boosted are less prone to, to have the Omicron infection or to be infected. However, we still don't have a vaccine that is tailored for Omicron, right? So does this mean that we have to step up our testing offerings? I see that from Dr. Miller's report that people are taking that very, very well. So they use the cubes, right? Does this mean that as a precautionary measure, we should think about increasing the offerings?
Happy to start. I think we have to separate out the issues. Omicron has not defeated, from what we can tell on the case reports to date, the hospitalization and death sort of function of the vaccine to try to reduce that. There's probably some reduction, but it's not 100% like loss of function. So we need, just because it wasn't designed specifically for Omicron, what people need to realize is what they designed it was to look at the general characteristic of the virus, and the existing ones focused on the spike protein, which is common to all of these viruses so far. So as a general, if it can recognize some portion of the spike protein, there will be the ability to respond. So that's why I'm not wringing my hands going, this is just a catastrophe. We knew that viruses can evolve, but as long as it doesn't change the entire makeup of the spike protein, it's that initial ability to recognize it that the body will then throw the antibodies that generally will respond. Will it be as effective a response? It may be less so, but it doesn't mean that there's no response. The vaccine makers are also at this point trying to decide if they need to make adjustments to the vaccine, but that would have to then still get approved by the FDA and CDC. So all of those processes are still having to be done. Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I think what I'll add is that our testing is designed to support identification and limitation of spread of disease within the community. And the type of surveillance testing that you're talking about would be beneficial if, as Dr. Varghese said, we've identified a variant or a change in the nature of the virus, which then does create a more significant outcome. Then yes, that would help. Right now, I think what I would say is, even vaccinated individuals who have any change in their health status, so I have a cough drop in because I woke up 2 days ago with a cough. I went and got a test, even though I'm vaccinated, because that is the smart thing to do. If we could continue to encourage everyone to do that, that would be the most important thing that we can do right now.
Just to follow up, I think to emphasize that point, we don't want variant-specific behavior. The behaviors we've been talking about are universal measures that are effective. I need to remind people, reducing exposure means you don't get infected. So that's the thing. If you tell me that's Omicron, I'll now avoid that person, is just not possible, which is why this is behavior change. And as a society, we have moved along towards this, but I need to get everyone's support. This is behavior change that has to be sustained. So stop trying to make it look like, well, if you tell me you've got Omicron, I'll avoid you. Assume Omicron's here. Same measures. Keep the mask on. Try to avoid crowded settings, but we need to go on with activities. So if you've taken the appropriate precautions, we have the ability to protect ourselves and continue on with activities.
Thank you, Dr. Varghese. Dr. Miller, I believe that I will take your Swiss cheese model and I will make a printout and frame it and put it in the...
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Crystal, and then Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to lift up that point that you made about variant-specific behavior and the perils that lie that way. I couldn't put the term better than the way the New York Times editorial board did this weekend, which was to say, what if leaders at all levels made choices so that we don't have to exhaust ourselves with stress over every curveball? And I think a lot about our manager's point about as we move into endemicity, that we are going to have behaviors that we know are the right ones to protect ourselves, that you've emphasized all along, that we are going to continue our relentless focus on vaccination. And beyond that, that we are not going to engage in variant-specific behavior as we try to adapt in ways that protect the health of our neighbors, but also help us move in towards endemicity. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask a question about the data, and I'm thinking about how best to understand or interpret the kind of rise and fall of case rates in this brand new universe in which most of the, maybe fair to say most, but much of the testing is now happening at home rather than environments where you have your electronic medical records that are then transmitted to the lab. It seems, for example, maybe this is surmising too much, but we have not talked as much about case positivity rates recently, and I'm wondering if that is because we don't have as good of a sense of the denominator anymore. Can you help me understand how to look at this data and how, if at all, to interpret it differently now that we perhaps aren't getting as much insight into the amount of tests being taken and how many of those are negative?
Yeah, I'll start. The problem you've identified is the reason that I highlighted that the Virginia Department of Health in this new offering of the at-home antigen test kits is using a self-reporting tool to be able to collect that data. It's also one of the reasons that we encourage individuals to contact their healthcare provider, so their healthcare provider can then provide. There's mandatory reporting, obviously, of certain diseases. And in this case, it would be that a healthcare provider could say, "Look, I've got a positive case," and establish that to the Virginia Department of Health too. We're hoping that those patchwork of nets put together will help us to have a better handle now on what that denominator is. It is not perfect, but I will say that the test positivity rate still does give a general indicator on a public health level about disease within the community. And that is still an important thing to be able to track and look at as a metric for our public health professionals.
Absolutely agree. This has been a flaw of all public health in general. We don't actually have all of the data. I think people assume we do. We don't have most of the data. That doesn't mean the surveillance information isn't useful. What we look for is the relative change. It's how we do flu surveillance. Only a certain number of people get flu tests. Not everything gets reported. But based on the reports, do we start seeing patterns? So that's why individual cases don't do as much, but it's the collective information. So this rise, Ms. Crystal, we assume that there's more disease than that rise indicates. We never go, it's an undercount. If any, well, an overcount, it's an undercount. So we see the rise. I believe the curve is even higher, that the denominator is much higher. That's the basic assumption we have in public health. But what the absolute denominator is less important than the fact that if we're seeing it means there's transmission, there's something that's driving transmission. Mm-hmm. And the fact that we're 14 days post Thanksgiving would seem to be a perfect indication that we're starting to see that. And as people are going for their own purposes, we're getting some of those things reported. Are we getting them all? No. Would I love that? That goes back to a question the last time we were here. I'd love to have a national healthcare system that puts all those pieces together. We're not going to solve that here today. I have confidence that that information, though, suggests we're moving in a direction that could put us in more trouble. Okay. So I'm using this opportunity to remind people, the more you can prevent those exposures, we're not going to strain our healthcare system, because that's the piece we want, that hospital bed to be available not only for ourselves but our loved ones, and especially the ones who may not have access to vaccine yet. Those beds can be critical. And then for just the other disease processes that require hospitalization, that's the larger piece that I'm hoping people will recognize. It's not just about COVID, but that's why the vaccination can help. Maybe it'll reduce the impact on the healthcare system so we can respond. Because if the healthcare system is down, can you imagine the confidence or lack thereof for people, the chaos that happens. I don't ever want to get to the point where people experience bed rationing here in the Northern Virginia area. That's just something that I hope we will never have to deal with.
We've seen that with mental health, and I think that's something we never want to see with physical health as well. And I'm sorry, but that is such a salient point that I'm almost loath to go back to the data question. But just to make sure, in terms of the implications of what you were describing, and you had mentioned earlier in response to Mr. Carantonis' question, the self-reporting tool that the Virginia Department of Health has put up, should we and then be urging those in our community, when you take a test, if it's negative, does it help to go to that tool and respond? Certainly, we know if you take a test and it's positive, we want you to be in touch with public health and with your healthcare provider. That's inarguable. But for those who may be testing and testing negative, is that a valuable data point and one that people should be submitting? Or at this point, as Dr. Varghese says, we're sort of following the case counts, and that's what matters?
Following the case counts, that's what matters. The positives, absolutely. We do get an indication of how many of those at-home test kits are out in the community. So obviously the ones distributed from the Virginia Department of Health we know. Our pharmacies and providers are providing rough orders of magnitude as to how many they're seeing go off the shelf. Now, we can extrapolate from there because some people hold them, some people don't use them immediately, but it does give us a good idea as to what is out there within the community and what we're seeing report back, and if that's matching up to, as Dr. Varghese said, what we're seeing in hospital systems from healthcare providers, and then on the official VDH reports.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously not an uplifting conversation, but I do want to contextualize at least what we're seeing here in Arlington very much reflects what we're seeing nationally, as reflected in how sports leagues are being affected again, colleges closing down operations due to high rates. We are not immune, we are not alone. But actually, I want to maybe hopefully end on an uplifting note and just really shout out what I'm seeing on the ground in terms of our infrastructure and response to this. As a frequent visitor to the curative site at Arlington Mill, I can just tell you that it is a highly efficient operation, staffed very well, thoughtfully. It's just so incredibly easy to do. Those who make appointments, I've never had to wait more than a few minutes, and it's just exceptionally well done. Thank you. And then on the back end, I had our first family experience with contact tracing, and the folks who do that operation as a result of a positive case in my child's classroom and the need to designate all students in the classroom as a close contact. And a shout out to APS. I thought they handled it pretty efficiently, and it was just really nice to see after what we experienced last year, the students and their families all shifted to virtual learning with just such aplomb and skill, and it seemed like it really worked well. But beyond that, there was follow-up from public health contact tracers to not only get all the necessary information about my child and her wellness, but just the bedside manner of the person that I spoke to, just incredibly comforting. And it was just really made me feel great to be a part of this community, to see such a comprehensive approach from testing to managing potential outbreaks and then providing individualized follow-up to make sure nothing was missed. So at least regardless of what Omicron may present us with, I feel really comfortable with what we've got to deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you, Dr. Miller, Dr. Varghese. You mentioned get vaccinated, wear your mask, and get boosted, because I'm definitely worrying and wondering if some of those cases, the rise we're seeing, are breakthrough. So much more to do. And flu shots, I'm reminded by Ms. Garvey. Thank you both for your work all year and your continued work as we work to keep addressing this challenge. We'll now go to the
Thank you,
manager.
Mr. Chairman. Right up next is Greg Emanuel, Director of the Department of Environmental Services, for a report on North Quincy Street temporary art bus parking.
Mr. Emanuel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Do you have the light on? There we go.
Tried.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Maybe we should get closer. How's that? All right, so I'd like to give you a very abbreviated version of the presentation we gave last Thursday evening to the neighbors of the North Quincy site. and a few others that showed up. Just for quick verbal feedback on that, at that meeting, several community members expressed concerns about the process and the timing of the notification, in addition to what we thought were expected concerns on noise, which we covered in detail at the briefing. And one citizen also asked about the APS White Fleet license. We may have a cleanup action there since the fleet has moved around on the site since we originally did the license a few years ago. Okay, next slide. So to ground our art operations for the long term, we're getting close to construction for the new art operations and maintenance facility on the Shirlington Road site. So to facilitate that complete redevelopment of the site, we need to move 41 buses off the site for the length of construction, which is about 3 years, starting early next summer. So we found a way to squeeze in 12 more on the southeast site, where we fuel and wash the buses. So then the math dictates that we needed swing space for the remaining 29, and we concluded that the North Quincy site met our requirements. Next slide. The requirements included being big enough for those 29 buses, available in time, affordable, and of course permissible by zoning. So we looked at multiple sites, both county-owned and private. The slide shows here just the county-owned or controlled ones because none of the other private ones worked. Ultimately came down basically to 2 sites that actually fit the 29 buses. The North Quincy site shown in green there, and the recently acquired county property on Carlin Springs site shown in orange. However, the Carlin Springs site is not currently zoned to accept that use, and we don't do temporary zoning. Next slide. So this is how the North Quincy site lays out with the bus parking split into 2 separate areas, while still accommodating the existing uses on site, including the fire, police, and storage, which is under renovation, the APS White Fleet parking, COVID and other warehouse storage needs. So 15 buses will be just north of 1425, also known as Quincy 1. The remaining 14 buses will be between 1429 and 1435, also known as Quincy 2 and 3, with a small dispatch function in Quincy 2 building between the bus lots. So we arranged for pull-through parking to avoid the routine backup alarms on the buses, and we located them both as close as possible to I-66 with the driver and the dispatcher parking nearby. Next slide. The bus operations at the Quincy site would be limited to weekdays only. Weekend operations will be from the light maintenance facility down in Crystal City. However, the nature of the transit mission is very early in the morning, going to late in the evening, and that includes time for shuttling the buses to refueling on South Eads. We'll see that on the next slide. So this slide shows the anticipated bus movements during a typical weekday. The green bars show rollout from the site, the yellow the return to the site at various points during the day. We don't anticipate conflict with the W&L traffic across the street because those peaks are outside the normal peaks here. Next slide. So this is our timeline going forward. We're on schedule to bring the operations and maintenance facility guaranteed maximum price contract to the county board in late spring of =22. After that, we'll give the notice to proceed, and the buses will need to be off the site. So in the meantime, we plan to prep the North Quincy site, which will include finalizing the layout. We'll do some test fits with actual buses to make sure the circulation and parking gets just right. And then we'll do striping and fencing and adding an acoustic blanket to the fence between Quincy's 2 and 3, which should help reduce some of the bus movement noise. And then when the new facility is built in Shirlington and we're all ready to go there, the buses can go back to their permanent home in Shirlington. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Emanuel. I know a couple of us have had a chance to engage on this, and you mentioned there may be, still to be determined, there may be some additional work eventually necessary. The big picture here is we have a need, as we're building our permanent bus site, we have a need for temporary buses, mindful of the concerns of the community, and we have been seeking to be responsive there, but also trying to balance all of the different issues at play. So with that, I know there could be follow-up. Mr. Dorsey.
Sure. If you could just briefly, Mr. Emanuel, speak to the cleanup that you envision is necessary with the license agreement with APS regarding the white fleet?
Yeah, we don't have all the details worked on yet. I touched base with Mr. Chambers on this since the meeting last Thursday. They'd be, willing to take that forward to their leadership, but it'd have to go to the leadership of both the school board and the county board. Right now, there's nothing illegal that we're doing. The neighbors haven't complained about the fact that we moved the white fleet from the front lot to the back lot. So it would just be kind of a cleanup action on the license saying we should have the flexibility to move around the site. When we originally did the, if you look at the board report from a few years back, we did anticipate some movement out of the way for emergency snow operations, but we didn't talk about the flexibility for other things. So that's just in hindsight. We should have programmed in that flexibility. I think we can do that with a cleanup action with the license at some point between now and we do this next action.
Okay, and so just to be clear, the APS white fleet will continue to be on site at the levels that APS needs. We're not looking to eliminate the license agreement that permits them to be there.
No, they're not. Yeah. They're not objecting to the fact that we've accommodated them on other places on the site.
Right.
And we're not objecting to the presence, and the neighbors really haven't had a concern with their presence either. They're pretty, they're pretty quiet, and their hours are pretty light relative to the buses.
And the other issue is process. So can you just make sure that we've all got it straight? I thought that through the work that you were doing in preparation of making this recommendation, there were some on-site noise studies and engagement with near neighbors. But we've heard from some that there was no official engagement until the process to actually consider this on this month's agenda. So can you walk us through that?
Sure. There's natural concerns with the community about when you go out to them with news that they're not going to like, and there's no perfect time to do that. I think what we staff chose to do was try to be really prepared for it. We had been doing this for several months to try to prepare for it, but we decided, I think it was back in August, to do a noise study so that when we did go out to them with the news, that we'd be well prepared to address that. We actually did a noise modeling study that showed what the existing background noise is on the site, and then what modeled noise would be with the addition of this bus activity. And it showed that it would just be a slight increase of like 2 to 3 decibels, but that the overall noise levels were still kind of in the comfortable range. And so we did a professional report and study on that, and we posted that and shared that with the community just last Thursday evening or Friday morning.
So why just so I understand, what was the reason for the delay from the time this study was completed around September to posting it in December?
No, we just had to make sure our story was straight and that we anticipate all the community's questions and try to be in a position to answer all their concerns. I think the feedback we got from the community was that the thing I didn't share with you is that they thought we gave a really thorough briefing on all the details that they needed to hear. And we also had an art bus demonstration after the briefing where we went outside and we had 3 art buses and we demonstrated the route they would take. And so obviously people are going to be concerned about the noise, but I think for at least some of the community, we're able to alleviate those concerns because the noise may not be as loud as they first anticipated a bus noise to be. These units are not that noisy, depending how close you are to the engine, which is on the back left side of the bus.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I had similar conversations with neighbors today. One specific point that they mentioned was they're concerned about the employee parking, that if employees are arriving at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever, and they slam their doors when they get out, that will cause noise, and it's right next to houses. Do you want to talk about that a little bit? I noticed there's some parking there now, but probably not at those odd hours. Can you talk a little bit about that? Is there a possibility, if that ends up being problematic, that the parking could be put somewhere else a little bit farther away on the site from houses?
Sure, and when we first discussed it with Ms. Myers, who kind of serves unofficially as the neighborhood rep to the near neighbors who are most affected by this, she brought that up as a possibility, and we're certainly open to that. There's even with the white fleet buses, we have a little bit of flexibility where people could park. We can certainly, we have a pretty good bus contractor right now too, and we can work with their management to try to minimize those noises. We have similar situation although it's different topographically and all that, down at the 31st Street site where we have bus driver parking with residential above. The grades and topography is a little bit different, but at first we had a little bit of noise and concerns down there, and then those were alleviated over time, just kind of behaviorally. So we're hopeful that we can work with the management and the drivers themselves to kind of alleviate those concerns. But we do have some degree of flexibility on the site.
Thank you. That would be good. I think to try to do whatever we can to mitigate that. I found in talking with folks, there's a disconnect between the expectations of people and your there's just a major disconnect, and I think we need to look at working on that. Colleagues, I sort of said that I'd be happy to talk to the neighbors and sit down and just talk about when do we engage and how do we engage when we're working on something that they probably really can't change, even if they don't, because there just aren't very many other options, or we need to move quickly or whatever. And I think we need to have that discussion. There was talk about JFAC, and this doesn't follow JFAC, and I pointed out JFAC, I think, was 2017 or 18, and time goes by and things change, and if people continue to think that everything that was done in JFAC needs to be set in stone, I think that's going to be a difficulty, and they're just expectations I think we need to try to deal with. I think it will always be a problem, but it feels like we need a little discussion about Arlington Way 2.0, maybe, something like that. I'm not quite sure how to do that, but I do feel a need to work that through a little bit with our community and work on expectations, because otherwise we have people really upset, and we don't like that. So,
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Well, actually, maybe in the similar spirit, but to differ a little bit on the specifics, this decision is actually completely compatible with the JFAC's determination in 2017, which I do put a lot of stock in. They suggested to us, they were clear to us, that this was not an appropriate long-term home for bus parking in Arlington. It was on the strength of that recommendation that we urged staff to find that Shirlington Road site. And so, right, so we're on the same page.
we are, but they pointed out quotes. They're just picking.
Right. So to just complete my thought, what I want to be clear about is, the chartering of JFAC, and in fact the community facility study recommendation on which it's based, has always been clear that temporary uses are not within the scope of the siting process, or the use determination process. And so to be clear about expectations, I think the point is not that we don't value the recommendations of JFAC. We do so very much that actually has directly driven the long-term siting. The point is that siting process and the use of our Joint Facilities Advisory Committee, or Commission rather, were just never envisioned to be an appropriate process for a short-term or temporary basis. That said, and maybe consistent with that point, the community facility study advised us, and we've charged the JFAC with advising us on long-term use determination for this site. And that's where I think it's really important. And staff has heard me say so. And, we're not ready to kick off or announce anything at this point, but there is, in my estimation, just a tremendous need to have a real conversation for master planning this site. We know that it was acquired back in 2016, right, with an understanding in mind that if we are going to provide a high level of services on everything from snow removal to transit to the northern parts of the county, there needed to be a home for these type of operations. Understandably, I think perhaps neighbors and others in the community saw the acquisition of this site as an opportunity to welcome some uses that they may find more compatible with their aspirations from the neighborhood, like a park, for example. And so I think it's really probably past time to not just look at this as part of a siting process and deem it inappropriate for certain sites, again, like long-term bus parking, but also to really envision what is the appropriate mix and balance. And for me, recognizing that there are always going to need to be sort of back of the house, so to speak, functions at this property. The question really becomes, how do we do that in a master plan in ways that consistently mitigate the implications, right? So we're not just putting up and taking down temporary sound barriers, right? That we're actually thinking about sound barriers for the long term that can be landscaped and actually attractive to the neighborhood. And that we're thinking about how to create buffer zones that maybe do deliver on part of what the community envisioned, for example, like a usable green space, and to do so in collaboration with our schools partners. So I think this experience highlighted not the problems with our siting process, but the need for that use determination exercise and master planning. And I think it's going to be really important for us to go there next. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So I just wanted to add on the temporary piece, I tend to agree with both your thoughts on the white fleet in terms of probably northwest is not accurate to where it comes, and so my instinct would be that there would need to be a procedural step. But the second thing that you said is that, there is a procedural rigor that seems to me important, but this is not unanticipated, as I learned from being in the JFAC, concerns about temporary parking. And so there's substantive due process and then, in my view, procedural, and I'm at risk of, that's our attorney's place. But I guess I am inclined to agree with both your possibilities, and I hope that's a way that there can be that procedural piece. But I will have to say on the substance, I tend to ultimately agree with colleagues as to where we'd be. The ultimate determination, I really do hasten to add, is really not to be determined on the dais. It would be you in consultation with our county attorney. And so those are just a couple of thoughts. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Crystal talking about JFAC and how it actually does follow it. I would just say that the folks that I talked to, had stuff up on the screens and saying, see it. I mean, people read documents differently, which is part of the reason why I say I think we just need to reset expectations somehow. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and thank you, colleagues. We will now turn to the manager for our outside auditors report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Krista Edoff is here with us from the Government Services Group at Cherry Beckert to present the annual comprehensive financial report. Also joined by Rahul Bala, who's our county controller, and Maria Meredith, our director of Department of Management and Finance. So I will turn it straight over to Krista.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint. So I am pleased to be here today to present the results of the June 30, 2021 audit of the financial statement. Just to recap the overview of an audit is designed to test the significant balances and transactions that you see within the financial statement, balances and amounts. In conducting our audit, we do also test the underlying assumptions of the significant estimates, understanding that not every number in the financial statement is a easily calculated, hard and fast number. Several of the items in the financial statements rely on maybe an actuarial valuation, or depreciation expense relies on the useful lives of assets. So there are significant estimates built into the financial statements. Additionally, we're tasked with testing compliance with Virginia laws and regulations and your compliance with federal grants. In conducting our audit, we are required to obtain an understanding of the underlying internal control environment over financial reporting and over those compliance matters. In conducting those, if we identified any matters of non-compliance, or if we identified any deficiencies in your internal control environment, we would be required to report those to you. The annual comprehensive financial report does include several unaudited sections, so we want to bring those to your attention. Our audit does focus specifically on the basic financial statements and the notes to the financial statements. There's a lot of other information presented for purposes required by the standard or for other additional information purposes. So I am pleased to tell you that we do have an unmodified opinion, which is a clean opinion on the financial statement audit. We also have unmodified opinions on the compliance audits as well. We did not identify any material weaknesses in the internal control environment as a result of our audit. One slide. I'm also pleased to report that we did not identify any matters of non-compliance as a result of our compliance audit as well. So just a few other things I am required to tell you as a result of the audit. There was one change in accounting standards this year. It was the implementation of GASB 84, which related to some fiduciary activities. So if you read the detail embedded within the footnotes, you will see that several funds that were reported as fiduciary funds in the prior year have been reclassified to other fund within the governmental statements in the current year. But that was the only significant change in standard or accounting policies throughout the current fiscal year ended June 30, 2021. In conducting our audit, we are pleased to tell you there were no difficulties in conducting the audit, and we did not have any disagreements with management. Throughout the course of our audit, sometimes we'll propose audit adjustments if we identify them throughout the course of our testing. So we did identify 2 audit adjustments that we proposed for classification and timing differences that we proposed to management that ultimately were recorded in the incorrect period or classified in the wrong balances. As a result of our audit, we do obtain letters from management at the conclusion of the audit, which ultimately tells us they provided everything we needed in the conduct of the audit, that they answered our questions truthfully, and that everything presented in the financial statements is correct and stated in accordance with these standards. Additionally, we're required to be independent of Arlington County and schools, and that's likened to your conflicts of interest, where we cannot have any financial or family relationships that would create bias in us issuing our opinion. Before I conclude, I would really like to thank those involved in management and finance that assisted us throughout the audit, as well as the other departments that we work with to conduct the audit, and really appreciate their time as the audit is a long and exhaustive process, starting roughly in April and concluding with this presentation today. So with that, I will take any questions that you might have on the audit.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edoff. Really appreciate it. Limited to news, except maybe GASB 84 is good news in this case. And so we want to say how thankful we are for your report. Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. And I'll just say, since I know we are short of time, and for Ms. Edoff's reminder, she'll be, I think, joining us next month at the Audit Committee meeting. And the citizen members, along with Co-Chair Carantonis and myself, will certainly have a more fuller exploration of the audit. So if there are any questions or comments that circulate between now and then, we will be happy to reflect those as part of those conversations next month.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for that context. Really appreciate it. We'll come to Ms. Crystal and then Mr. Carantonis.
Thanks. I'll seek to be brief in this question, but I wanted to ask about the new GASB Pronouncement 87 regarding leases. You'd mentioned 84, I think, is the other new one. My understanding is that 87 is going to have a pretty significant, or should have a pretty significant implication for us, because it's going to require us to report all of our leased buildings, equipment, et cetera, as a liability. Is that just not going to show up until next year's audit, or have we somehow escaped the fate of having to dramatically re-understand how we account for our leased property?
Sure. Last year, COVID deferred all of that standard for another year, so it will be effective for you for June 30, 2022. But you are absolutely correct. It is a significant undertaking. I know the county has already started implementing the process, going through the analysis. They have some software that they plan to use to implement the standard, but it is taking all of those previously reported as operating leases and will bring on effectively a right to use asset with an offsetting lease liability onto the face of the statement of net position. So it is a really large standard with a big impact to the face of the financials.
Okay, well, I suppose we can look forward to that conversation around this time next year. Thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Ms.
welcome.
Crystal. And Ms. Edoff, Mr. Carantonis.
Just the technical addition to Mr. Dorsey that the Audit Committee is meeting in public session on Thursday, the 6th of January at 5 p.m.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis, and for your service on the Audit Committee, as well as Mr. Dorsey. So now we will turn to appointments. I will make the following motion that we appoint Angel Jackson to the Housing Commission for a term ending on December 31st, 2025. We reappoint Kieran Daly for a term to the Clarendon Alliance for a term ending on June 30th, 2023. We also appoint Tom Moriarty for a term ending on the same date, also to the Clarendon Alliance. We reappoint James Richardson for a term ending December 31st, 2024 to the Commission on Aging. We reappoint Kathleen Donahue for a term ending November 30th, 2024 to the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. We appoint Kevin Manuel to the Parks and Recreation Commission for a term ending on December 30th, 2023. We reappoint Mary Crannell, Frank Jazzo, and Michael Cornfield and we appoint Michael Cornfield to the Technology Commission for terms each ending on December 31st, 2023. And we appoint to the Teen Network Board for a term ending date following the appointments is June 30th, 2022 in each case. So here are the appointments to that board. Ava Boston as co-chair, Yasmina Mansour as well. We appoint Carrie Finn as executive leader assistant. We appoint Ryan Cole as communications committee co-chair, Kaylee Massey as communications committee co-chair, Julia Brodsky as communications committee member, Rebecca Coral as drugs and alcohol committee co-chair, Bethania Daniels as drugs and alcohol committee member, Carolyn Fern as drugs and alcohol committee member, Narusma Dahl as healthy relationships task force committee co-chair, Lily Powell as healthy relationships task force committee co-chair, also Oliver Meek, same position, Maddie McBride as a committee member, Oliver Meek and Maddie McBride as committee members rather than co-chairs on that one, Avalon Bennett as peer-to-peer committee co-chair, Maggie Ramos as peer-to-peer committee co-chair, Tyler Pons as peer-to-peer committee member, Blaine Yashkita as volunteer internships community service and employment committee co-chair, Michelle Gambit as volunteer internships committee service and employment committee co-chair, Caroline La Pena, as volunteer internships community service and employment committee members, Lauren McDonald as volunteer internships community service and employment committee member. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you each for joining as committee members. And I'm mindful of time. We have 2 board member reports. We also need to turn shortly to a celebration of Mr. Carantonis. But I wanted just to sort of check on timing. You have a Sports Commission charter update. If that's fairly brief, perhaps we can do that and then recess, if that works. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a cleanup action from something that was intended to have been completed, I believe, last December, and that's some revisions to the Sports Commission charter, and I will just summarize them briefly. They are largely just making clear what the Sports Commission does and what its purview. Substantively, it doesn't offer very much in terms of changes from what we all would imagine the Sports Commission would be involved in. It just makes the language a whole lot better. We have clarified, or at least I should say deleted, some of the references to the Aquatics Committee, which is something that is subject to ongoing conversations about how we are going to think about the operation of the aquatics facilities in Arlington moving forward. So since we desire to have these charters be more evergreen and not subject to coming back for revision whenever we make a slight change, we've just specifically excluded that from the charter, but kept the scope for the Sports Commission to be involved in aquatics advice to the county board. And since this was intended for us to adopt last year and just missed it for some bureaucratic reason, I offer it to you today for us to actually adopt. I guess it should be said that the Sports Commission thought that their charter was adopted, and we only recently found out that it was not. So with that, I move that we adopt the amendments, or the amended charter, which was circulated to you all previously.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. If I was part of that lack of closing that out, I'll certainly take mind of that. But the question is on Mr. Dorsey's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The charter has been updated 5-0. Last item we have is the COG Transportation Planning Board update. Are you able to do that briefly, Mr. Dorsey?
Sure. I will, if we can pull some slides up, which will guide us and allow me to actually do this super quickly. You all have gotten advance word on this, but I do want to contextualize it since it may be a part of news as it relates to the Transportation Planning Board and some work that it's doing. In fact, we're meeting tomorrow to consider a resolution and a letter that the TPB will send to the governors of Virginia and Maryland, as well as the mayor of the District of Columbia, urging that they engage on a regional reciprocity agreement for automated traffic enforcement. And so if we can go to the next slide, some quick background on this issue. Red light running as well as speed violations are significant contributing factors to motor vehicle fatalities nationwide. As we look at the lay of the land, at least 22 states, including the district, utilize ATE for red light violations, and I actually need to update that number. At least 20 states, including DC, utilize ATE for speed violations. According to the Virginia Mercury in 2020, that's my error, 48% of Virginia traffic fatalities were due to excessive speed. So clearly this is an issue. We care about it. We are looking to adopt our ordinance next month that is consistent with Virginia Enabling Authority, allowing the use of photo speed enforcement around highway work zones as well as school crossings. We can move to the next slide. The TPB, with all of that background, is interested in this space because reciprocity currently exists if there is a human who initiates a citation for a motor vehicle violation. That's a nationwide compact most states are involved in, and if you do something and an officer catches you in the District of Columbia, the penalties will follow you even if you reside in the Commonwealth of Virginia. There is a gap because automated traffic enforcement is not included in such reciprocity, and effectively that means people who are scofflaws and violators will not really be subject to any punitive enforcement if they should not follow through with the terms of their citations. So in the District of Columbia, they have expansive uses of automated traffic enforcement, no limitations on where they can be deployed, how they can be deployed for both forms. In Maryland, no limitations on red lights, but for photo speed enforcement, it's permitted in school zones statewide, and then other areas by local ordinance. So you're going to have some different feel in Montgomery County and Prince George's County. And in Virginia, speed violations only in school crossing and highway work zones, and even for photo red light enforcement, it's limited to a certain number based on the number of residents. So with all of that as background, one of my concerns is that if there's an overemphasis on enforcement, which the TPB action is all about, it really distorts what is necessary if we're truly going to live up to the Vision Zero principles and truly affect positive results in highway safety. So if we can go to the last slide, I've asked you all to look at a letter that would go out to our governor outlining really all the considerations that need to go into this engagement. And it's to recognize that it's not just enforcement, it's all about education as well as road infrastructure engineering, that we want to make sure there's a maintenance of efforts that are agreed to from Maryland and the District of Columbia as well, that we're not just going to put all our eggs in the enforcement basket. We're going to do the other things that we know from an infrastructure perspective create positive results in highway safety because of the inclusion of these these technologies for enforcement, as well as private operators, which usually operate them for localities. We need to have really good provisions to protect people's privacy, ensure that the data that these collect are not commodified in such a way that hurts our residents. There's also a need for there to be checks on the accuracy and the integrity of such systems. Certainly technology is terrific, but if it's not well maintained and not calibrated for accuracy and audited by localities, we don't know whether or not we're truly doing the right thing by people who are subject to enforcement. Then there's the issue of public engagement. They're very concerned that there could be the proliferation of these devices and in ways that people in surrounding jurisdictions absolutely have no idea of and no ability to participate in the process for determining how they're used and under what terms. So this, if we're going to talk about regional reciprocity, there needs to be, in my opinion, hopefully you all agree, a regional approach to public engagement. Then there's the issue of disparate impacts and burdens. A lot of talk about ATE being the positive contributor to reducing bias in traffic stops. And while that can certainly be true, if you use a lot of the traditional criteria for where this stuff goes, where there are lots of people, for example, you could certainly have a disproportionate number of lower income and minority people who are subject to auto enforcement, while less dense areas that are predominantly white don't have any of it at all. And that's not at all tied to reducing speeding concerns. And then lastly, human-initiated enforcement has a big role. Speeding and red light violations are an important part of this puzzle, but so are reckless and drunk drivers, and ATE cannot stop reckless and drunk drivers. You need humans to do that. So all the things that we do for human enforcement that make sense, we should continue. So that in sum just sums up how I hope this action evolves at the TPB, and thank you for a few minutes to present it today.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. It's just your work on that. It's struck me the last 48 hours as outstanding policy, and I didn't have much to add. So thank you so much for that. We now need to give this space over as we prepare to celebrate Mr. Carantonis. I will ask Mr. Carantonis and Ms. Jacobs, Ms. Kaur, we have a very brief closed session item that will take less than 6 minutes. So what I'm going to do is move closed session. We'll have it, and then we'll give to Mr. Carantonis. We'll get all set there, and we'll come out and certify probably as long as Ms. Kaur says it's okay after the ceremony. So with that, this has come up quite recently. Ms. Kaur will provide context. I move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711A7 for discussion regarding probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the county board. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We're in closed session. Afternoon. If folks can wrap up your visiting and conversation and good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a special day as we celebrate Tacus Carantonis. Please give him a hand to start. So each year, the county board, the county government, and our community in December has an event like this where we welcome a recently elected leader. And it's a part of the rhythm of our holiday season for those of us nerdy enough to come every year. And this is an extraordinary chance to honor Tacus Carantonis, who has won 4 elections in 18 months. So please give me a hand. I won't say much, but I will say this. I think I'm plenty confident of what I can bring to the county board, but we can say without hesitation that Tacus's experience as a community leader that he brought to the board is outstanding. He is organic. He's done so much. And so give that a hand. And then the last thing I'll say, 23.6% of Arlington is foreign born. And so, yes, a hand there. And Tacus's story is a story of immigration and a story that is uniquely, modernly the American dream. And so we are so happy to be here for Tacus. And we welcome the color guard followed right after that. And please stand in a moment. But the color guard followed by Leo Shashansky, the artistic director of the National Chamber Ensemble, who will play our national anthem. But first, the color guard, please stand.
Ready, help, present, arms. Right face. Forward march.
So they can still hear, please give our color guard a hand as they keep us safe. And I will be brief, but I do see two school board members here, and I know they have to leave very shortly for a school board meeting. So Monique O'Grady and Christina Diaz-Torres are here. Please give them and Sheriff Beth Arthur a hand. Now we will have, I believe Matthew Weinstein is here. So we will go straight on to the introduction of Tacus Carantonis by Izzy Tavares.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude for knowing and having worked with so many of you, the community leaders and activists in this room today. I first met Tacus through an email introduction in early 2019. As I was embarking on a new campaign journey, I was told that I had to speak with the man who knows all there is to know about Arlington. I reached out to Tacus and was able to meet with him. We met at what is now also one of my own staple meeting locations, Café Sazón, where he introduced himself in perfect Spanish. My immediate reaction, I had no idea you were Latino. I assumed you were Greek because of your last name. He let me know that he was in fact Greek and that he actually spoke Spanish so well because he had lived in Spain and Latin America, among many other places. This led to a longer discussion about Spain, a country we're both very fond of and something we still bond over. Tacus then took me for a ride to show me every corner of the 49th House District. Between district borders, communities, and the culture of Arlington, he really did know everything there was to know about Arlington County. From this first encounter, I immediately knew that Tacus was not only wicked smart, but an incredibly passionate man. Fast forward, and we ended up working together on Parisa Degani Tafty's campaign for Commonwealth's attorney. Throughout that time, Tacus was always my first phone call whenever I needed anything, and he became my right-hand man, someone that I could always depend on. Throughout my few years of knowing Tacus, I've witnessed the profound conversations he's able to have with just about anyone, from the small business owner to the Arlington Tree Action Group advocate, to the immigrant mother with limited English abilities. I've witnessed his willingness to stand up for what he believes, even if it's not the most popular opinion in the room. But most importantly, I've witnessed his rare and enviable ability to connect with people from all walks of life. I never imagined that our next campaign journey would be his own, and I don't think he did either. But I'm glad he stepped up to the plate and decided to run for office. We all knew that he had massive shoes to fill in this role after Eric Gutschall, a beloved community leader, exemplary public servant, a friend, and a loved one to so many in this room. I know he would be proud of Tacus and of the work that Arlington has come together to achieve to remain focused on the future. As Arlington reaches a paramount era in its history with Amazon's arrival and a post-pandemic chapter, I'm proud to have Tacus as a representative of our community on the county board. Tacus's passion for policy, deep knowledge of Arlington County, linguistic abilities, and his empathy are more crucial now than ever. What a journey it's been, and what a journey it will be. I stand before you today to introduce a close friend of mine, one who I'm proud to say will play a pivotal role in the evolution of Arlington County during the next 4 years, and hopefully many more, County Board Member Tacus Carantonis.
I get a little emotional, as you can imagine. So, yes, since I was introduced.
Thanks. My name is Paul Ferguson. I'm the clerk of the circuit court. And Leda, thank you for coming up to join us. I'm also honored to be able to fill in for the electoral board today. So the first thing is we want to read the certificate of election for Tacus. Reading it is, this is to certify that at a meeting of the electoral board of the County of Arlington held November 6, 2021, on an examination of the official records deposited in the office of the clerk of the circuit court, it was ascertained and determined that at the election held on November 2nd, 2021, Tacus P. Carantonis was duly elected member, County Board of Arlington, for a term commencing January 1st, 2022, and ending December 31st, 2025. Witness the following official signatures and seal of the Board of at Arlington, Virginia, this 6th day of November 2021, Scott McGeary, the Secretary of the Electoral Board. So I'll present this first. Here's a folder for all of these things. And Leda, are you going to assist Tacus with the oath here? Make sure he does it correctly. Tacus, would you please raise your right hand? Do you, Tacus P. Carantonis, solemnly swear or affirm that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Arlington County Board for a term commencing January 1st, 2022, and ending December 31st, 2025, according to the best of your abilities?
I do.
Congratulations. Thank you. You sign right here.
This time.
Yeah, we get it on and get it early. Okay, thank you, Tacus.
I'm even getting more emotional. So thank you, Paul, and thank you all who are in attendance and sharing with us this path. Thank you, Leo, for this superb rendition of the national anthem. It means a lot to naturalized immigrant. It's really an experience in this ceremony, a very distinct and very profoundly American one. And thank you, Izzy, for your kind introduction. Let me just plainly state, the fact that I'm standing here today is to a very substantial part because of his encouragement, support, very hard work, inspiration, and actually her love for her community, our community, Arlington. I can't overstate how grateful I am to her and to how accountable actually I feel to all Arlingtonians, but specifically to Arlingtonians like Izzy, who are indeed our future. Neither would I stand here if it wasn't for the warm support and next to endless patience of my dear wife, Leda. I'm really proud to have stand besides you and next to you. And the same gratitude, of course, extends to my family for their love and support, even if there are thousands of miles separating us. And through the wonders of internet, they can see us probably right now. So I wouldn't be standing here also if it wasn't for the understanding and mindful companionship of my colleagues at work, because as you know, we are only part-time here. And that's the Ethiopian Community Development Council. They've been picking up some very serious slack, I can tell you, over the last 17, 18 months. And my gratitude extends both to the leadership, Dr. Tefera and Fikru, if he is seeing us, and Esaias, and to all my colleagues, two of whom are here today. Thank you so much. This is really an honor. So thank you also to my amazing and inspiring and energetic team who believed in this candidacy and our common cause from the very first day, and whose enthusiasm really was a force of nature. Izzy was the very first one who started and built this, and Jimmy Rogers and Simon Korn and Beatrice Paz, who has been responsible for the reception today as well, and Arlene Spinelli and the entire crew of young at heart Democrats who have proven that they're not only excellent campaigners, but they are actually active community members and thought leaders in this community. Thank you to all the friends, many of whom are here tonight, who gave me their time and talent and treasure and advice throughout this campaign. Kathleen McSweeney, I see here, Alisa Cowan and Nancy Van Doren and Carol Fontaine and Mary Hines and Jay Fissette, Inta Malis and Tim Eichen, Chuck Kincaid, the amazing Carol Burnett, Sandra Calixto Mendoza, I hope I pronounced your new last name well, Craig Hines, Ginny Diamond, Laura Sol Edwards, and my very inspiring colleague, Kidis Ebenezer, who is here today, and so many others. I should also thank you, Jill Cayazzo and Maggie Davis, and the entire Democratic Party in Arlington for your leadership, support, and encouragement, but most importantly, for how much you all care, and I mean down to the granular level, of every precinct captain, of every single volunteer. You care about good, forward-thinking governance in Arlington. This means really a lot, and it's beyond just the political persuasion that we share. Thank you to all current and former elected officials. I will burst the time frame of the ceremony to name you all, but I want to mention my colleagues on this board, Matt DeFerranti, Libby Garvey, Katie Crystal, and Christian Dorsey. I'm really honored to call you my colleagues. It's really a privilege to serve with you. Thank you also to the many civic institutions in Arlington which in difficult times stepped up and organized debates and kept the civic dialogue going and alive. You're indeed how democracy works. Speaking of which, I want to invite you to join me in thanking my opponents, Dr. Audrey Clement, Mr. Mike Candwell, Mr. Adam Theo, who I saw here, thank you for the lively civic dialogue, for the competition of ideas. All elected offices in Arlington have been competitive this year. So, it's always improvable, but democracy is actually in good shape in our community. Finally, I would like to recognize a person who I continue to be missing every day, yet he's present in my heart and in my mind, our dear friend Eric Gutschall. It is an honor of a lifetime to have finished his term and to assume today the responsibility to continue preserving his legacy as well. Renee Gutschall, it's an honor for me being here. His wife recently gave me a great gift, the word Arlington, this is there, constructed with a bicycle chain. She said, here's something for your Zoom backgrounds. Well, this will be greeting me every day at the top of my desk. It will be a strong reminder of three things. First, of the trust and confidence and expectations of the voters of Arlington who voted to put me in this office. Second, of those Arlingtonians who did not vote for me, but are always equally respected constituents. And third, that beyond all logical and organically occurring differences of approach or opinion, we always have one substantial common ground in this community, and this is Arlington. Having Arlington in common, giving always the very best to serve all Arlingtonians, it's not only the spirit that guides my work and my collaboration with my colleagues, It is also what underpins the deep appreciation for the work of Arlington County staff, many of whom are here, led by County Manager Mark Swartz and his team. With their vote, the people of Arlington entrusted each of the members of this board to supervise our government, but also to work with county staff and the community to lead Arlington and shape our future through our response to the challenges we face today. So here is a list of what I heard in my campaign, just anecdotally, but important pieces. How do we tackle housing affordability? It will be an important meeting today about that. How can we stop displacement, not only of our most vulnerable neighbors, but also of the most productive and essential neighbors for our future in Arlington? How do we diversify available housing choices to make Arlington again attainable for middle-class working families? How do we manage growth in a way that supports the best possibly quality of life in thriving, walkable, bikeable, safe, and desirable neighborhoods? How do we preserve and enhance natural resources? How do we have parks and recreational spaces that are and should be accessible to all? How do we respond to the climate emergency, which is long past being an abstract threat, an abstract crisis, but a very present and credible threat with destabilizing and sometimes devastating local consequences if left unaddressed? How do we preserve Arlington as a diverse economic marketplace where small businesses are welcome and can thrive next to big corporations? How do we keep our public school system excellent while supporting all students to realize their full potential? How do we sustain a vivid and diverse arts scene? How do we continue to move forward on a vision of a law enforcement that helps and assists citizens and becomes a trusted partner in creating truly safe communities? How do we enhance accountability and measure progress on our path to true equity and inclusion? How do we end hunger, Mr. Chair? How do we support over time a social safety net? And we learned a lot about that during COVID, right? And we continue to learn about that since COVID is with us still. A safety net that deserves the name and supports vulnerable Arlingtonians with their most basic needs, including their health and mental health needs. So during these 17 months in office and during this campaign, I understood that the answers to all the above, and many more questions, of course, need to be a product of convening all Arlingtonians back to the table. I started walking our county's neighborhoods, one by one, from north to south, from east to west. Every month, my office, led by my amazing assistant, Grace Barnhill, is sending requests for neighborhood walks to meet Arlingtonians where they are, where you are. Progress, especially progress that wants to be and has to be equitable, starts with our government listening and with acknowledging problems, including when this acknowledgement requires uncomfortable conversations on systemic and structural, explicit and implicit inequities. So, as you, my fellow Arlingtonians, you are giving to this immigrant the honor of his life by continuing to having these conversations and by committing to work for solutions that are fair and just and inclusive. So thank you again, all, for sharing this moment with me. It's now actually time to go back to work, almost. I can assure you, and this is really from my heart, I do this work with joy. I love to do that. And it's really the honor of my life to continue doing that for the next 4 years. Please enjoy safe and joyful holidays. I look forward to seeing you in your neighborhood in the new year. And when I said safe, I want to repeat something that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting today. Yes, we're still under COVID. Wear your mask, wash your hands, keep social distancing, get vaccinated, get boosted, and make sure that that you make everything possible to keep yourself, your family, your friends, your colleagues, and the entire community as safe as possible. Thank you so much for being here.
So as Tacus showed you, where it's going to be a little safe, chance to mingle out there. I do think there's a couple other elected officials that came and want to make sure. Carla de la Pava is here, Delegate Alfonso Lopez, I think Parissa Dangani Tafti, if I'm seeing right. Those three are here. And there's former county board member Jay Facette is here. Just want to make sure I mention. And oh, yes, former county board member Mary Hines as well. And oh, my goodness, Emma Violan Sanchez, former school board member. Thanks. Please give them a hand. And we have a chance to mingle and connect safely. Thanks so much for coming, and congratulations again to Tacus Carantonis. Arlington County Board back in session. We'll get shortly to our discussion and our listening regarding the Serrano. But first, I need to make the following motion with respect to reconvening in an open meeting. Move that the members of the county board certify at the just concluded closed session only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and were discussed, and only such public business matters as were identified by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. Dorsey? Yes. Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Carantonis?
Yes.
Thank you, colleagues. We will move, yes, I move, pursuant to the closed session, I move that the county board authorize the county attorney to institute any legal proceedings necessary in her discretion to prevent interference in any manner with the Donaldson Run Tributary B project and the county's easement interest on the property located at 2674 Upshur Street, including but not limited to an injunction, protective order preventing abuse and harassment of county staff and contractors overseeing the project, and any other legal action necessary to protect the county's interests relative to the project. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes 5-0. We will now turn to our continued discussion with respect to the Serrano. I believe it is our advocates who will speak first, and I guess I'm looking to perhaps Ms. Valenzuela as to who would like to go first in the discussion. We do have, yes, I believe we have one person speaking. We will try and keep an overall time of 8 minutes, and we'll have, I believe, a couple of speakers on behalf of the advocates and a couple of speakers with respect to the landlord, AHC. So, Ms. Goff, go ahead.
My name is Ashley Goff, and I'm pastor of Arlington Presbyterian Church at Gilliam Place, a member of Voice. Whereas Arlington County's vision to be a diverse and inclusive, world-class urban community with secure, attractive residential and commercial neighborhoods where people unite to form a caring, learning, participating, sustainable community in which each person is important. Whereas community conditions that affect individual opportunity and well-being includes housing, neighborhoods, and social connectedness. Whereas equity is defined as all populations having access to community conditions and opportunities needed to reach their full potential and to experience optimal well-being. Whereas Arlington County seeks to unify efforts aimed at reducing disparities and commit to intentionally and collectively advancing equity. Whereas Arlington County seeks to ensure the commitment of every individual to meaningfully engage in raising awareness of disparities, to actively engage in suggesting and supporting methods by which they may be resolved. Whereas this is our hope, our ask, our request, our insistence that the county's vision of equity binds us to AHC's ongoing work at the Serrano to ensure that living in an affordable housing apartment building in Arlington is an experience. It is a launching pad to the flourishing of life. We welcome the improved conditions at the Serrano, and the 2-year accountability campaign will continue. We will continue to analyze power and actions through your own equity questions. Who benefits? Who is burdened? Who is missing? And how do we know? We will keep the equity work of the Serrano in the public realm, not behind closed doors as background noise. The Serrano will continue to be accessible, be made known through the truth-telling of residents, like you will hear from Ms. Ordonez and Ms. Jackson, and through the practical, the so now what, that you will soon hear from Ms. Talento. We will continue to be a community partner with you, seeking to ensure that the actions taken on behalf of the Serrano through AHC and affordable housing policies implement the county's vision in an equitable way. Whereas, may equity, for the sake of the neighbor, take the lead, be at the center of the Serrano and all affordable housing communities in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goff. I believe next, is it Ms. Ordonez? And we do have a Spanish translator here. I understand from Ms. Valenzuela that we need Spanish translation. But the Spanish translator is here virtually. Go ahead. 1 minute, go ahead. Our translator?
Yes. Hi, I'm Diana Gonzalez. I'm the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. So go ahead and after a little, vamos a, go ahead.
Okay. Buenas tardes, señora. Le habla el intérprete de español. Si me daría unas oraciones y voy poco a poco interpretando lo que dice, ¿le parece?
Sí, perfecto. Buenas tardes a todos.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Mi nombre es Ana Ordóñez.
My name is Anania Ordóñez.
Vivo en Serranos desde hace 17 años.
I've lived in Serrano for 17 years now.
Desde que mi hijo era un bebé.
Ever since my son was a baby.
Debido al fuego y otros problemas en los edificios,
Due to the fire and other problems in the building,
mi familia hemos tenido que movernos 4 veces dentro de las mismas unidades de Serranos.
as a result, my family has had to move 4 times within the Serrano area as a result of it.
Debido a muchos problemas que son humedad, moho, liqueos, ratones, cucarachas, y etc.
And also due to other problems such as fungi, leaks, rats, roaches, and other problems.
La última vez que estuve fuera de mi apartamento fue por un mes.
La última vez que estuve en el departamento fue por un mes, dijo.
Que estuve fuera de mi apartamento fue por un mes.
The last time I was out of my apartment, it lasted a month.
Por problemas que tenía el apartamento de altas esferas de humedad.
Due to a problem the apartment had where it had very high humidity problems.
Los aires estaban muy dañados y por eso me tuve que salir del apartamento por un mes.
The air conditioners were very damaged, and that's why I had to leave the apartment. Or the air, I'm sorry, was very damaged, and that's why I had to leave the apartment for a month.
El apartamento modelo que me dieron, el refrigerador no le funcionaba. Estuve así por 4 días.
The model apartment they gave me had a refrigerator that didn't work, and it was in that condition for 4 days.
Todavía estábamos en verano, la comida se me arruinó toda, leche, todo.
And we were still in summer, so all of the food was spoiled, milk, everything.
No tenía cable también y mis hijos ya estaban en la escuela.
There was also no cables, and my children were already in school.
Me ofrecieron el club room que estaba bajo construcción en esa época.
And they offered the club room, which at the time was under construction.
Y querían que mis hijos pasaran clases ahí.
And they wanted my children to take their classes there.
Y estamos en pandemia todavía.
And we are still in a pandemic.
Me alegré mucho cuando escuché que AHC ofrecería una recompensa por daños debido a estos problemas.
And I was very happy when AHC, I believe, offered that there would be some sort of reward or compensation for this, all these uncomfortable situations.
Pensé que mi familia podría recuperar parte de dinero que teníamos para reemplazar artículos arruinados.
and I thought my family would be able to recover part of the money so that we could pay for things that had been permanently damaged.
Que eran muchas cosas. Trabajé duro para asegurarme de enumerar con precisión al costo de los daños.
And there were several things, and I worked really hard to accurately enumerate the cost of the damages.
Ahora el ajustador de seguros contratados por AHC nos ofreció inicialmente pagarnos $2,400.
And now the adjuster for the insurance company for AHC offered us to initially pay $2,400.
De los 15,000 en reclamación que hice.
Out of the 15,000 I claimed, that I declared in my claim.
No entiendo por qué nos quieren compensar con tan poquito.
I don't understand why they want to compensate us with so little.
Y siento que es una bofetada. Mi familia ha sufrido mucho.
And I feel it's a slap in the face. My family has suffered a lot.
AHC dice que podemos ir a la mediación con ellos, pero ¿dónde encontraremos un abogado?
AHC says that we can go to mediation with them, but where would we find an attorney?
Que dicen que deberíamos de tener para protegernos. Contratar un abogado cuesta mucho.
And they say that to protect ourselves, we should have an attorney, but it costs too much.
Parece que estamos atrapados entre la espada y la pared.
It feels like we are stuck between a sword and a wall.
Algunos de mis vecinos están demasiado asustados o demasiado abrumados con otras responsabilidades para presentar un reclamo ante AHC.
My other neighbors are either too scared or too overwhelmed with work to file a claim against AHC.
Todos estamos trabajando duro y haciendo lo mejor que podamos para sobrevivir.
All of us are working hard and doing the best that we can to survive.
Merecemos ser tratados con respeto y dignidad.
We deserve to be treated with respect and dignity.
Si ustedes están de acuerdo, apóyennos hoy diciéndole a AHC que espera que seamos tratados de manera justa.
If you agree, support us today in telling AHC that we need to be treated fairly.
$15,000 no es nada para todos los daños que hemos sufrido durante 17 años mi familia y yo. Mi esposo y mi hijo son asmáticos debido a alergias de carpeta, de ratones, de cucarachas, de los aires muy viejos.
$15,000 is nothing in comparison to the damages my family has had to deal with in 17 years. My son and my husband are asthmatic due to what they were exposed to with the carpeting, the old airs, the rats, the roaches.
Pensé que la última vez que me mudaría de esta unidad iba al apartamento iba a ser mejor. Me he mudado 4 veces y todos los apartamentos están muy dañados. Estoy realmente triste por lo que están haciendo por nosotros. Pagamos renta, no vivimos de gratis. Les pido su ayuda, por favor. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Gracias.
And we just, I thought that when we would be taken to an apartment, it would be for the last time, but it's been 4 apartments now. They've all been damaged. And this is a very sad situation. We are paying for this. This is not free. And we could use your help. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for sharing your story.
Gracias por compartir su historia, señora.
Thank you. I believe is there additional speaker or Ms. Jackson?
Hello and thank you. I'm Angel Jackson, a former resident at the Serrano Apartments and a current resident at the Apex Apartments, another AAC property. My transition into the Apex was forced due to unfair practices by AAC staff, and because of this, I could not continue my search for alternate non-AAC properties. I am now in the rare position of having lived at more than one AAC property, which is why I am here today. Even at the beautiful new AAC property, the Apex, I felt dismissed and overlooked when they made an error on their end. These same practices continue, and I still have concerns because although the conditions at the Serrano have been the main subject, I would like to outline how AAC potentially mismanages their additional properties. I recently attended a Apex residents meeting. These are just a few of the issues expressed by residents. Incidents of office staff being rude and unresponsive, utility bills were incorrect, questionable, and had misleading charges. One person was charged due to their toilet not being fixed by maintenance and it running all the time. Their water bill was increased. Multiple housekeeping issues, trash within the hallways, elevators, pet urine, etc. One lady expressed that she was ashamed to bring visitors to her home. Washers and dryers not working, ultimately costing residents additional money to properly wash their clothes. Urination in the stairwells, issues with pests in units, packages being stolen. And once a package is stolen, they go to the office and the office tells them they need to file a police report in order for them to look at cameras to see who took the packages. One lady in the hallway broke down because she had Christmas items being delivered from her country that she was supposed to give out to multiple kids, and the packages were stolen, and I watched her in the hallway just break down. Multiple incidents of the building fire alarm going off at 4 a.m., people having to remove their kids and elderly from their homes in the middle of the night. One resident said, "You've never even apologized for having us to move our kids out in the middle of the night," and they still did not give an apology. Trash being overpiled and not emptied in time. We are advised that if it is, we have to take the trash back into our units. And most of all, residents felt unsafe and requested having on-site security because there were men living, quote, living, /sleeping in the lobby, observation of drug use within the buildings, fights in hallways. I am a person who has witnessed this. It was a fight that scared me to a point where I had to tell my kids to move to the back of our apartment because I knew that the walls were thin and I didn't know what was going to happen out there. There's currently a bullet hole in one of the residents' windows that happened back in June or July. The office told them because it didn't go through 2 of the window panes that they didn't need to fix the windows, so that hole is still there from the bullet. Just yesterday, there were 7 cop cars outside my building. All this is to say that Serrano is not an isolated property, and this is why the work must continue. I work hard, I vote, I pay my taxes, and my children and I should not be exposed to this type of neglect. My family deserves to feel safe, heard, and valued. Arlington is a reputable county, and I'm hoping that the work will continue in upholding its reputation by holding AAC accountable on an ongoing basis and throughout all of their properties. AAC, I want to acknowledge that you have made notable improvements. However, I implore you to move forward with integrity in all facets, to actually listen to your residents and consider the necessary changes and not assume what changes are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I believe we have one more speaker. I think we're a little over 8 minutes, but I will, Ms. Talento, mindful of time, but also want to hear your comments.
Thank you, Chair Ferranti. I will do my best to keep it short. And I just want to thank the whole county board for providing the advocates and the voice team and other support members like the NAACP an opportunity to be here during this past few 9 months and really express what residents have been experiencing in Toronto, allowing us to advocate. We understand that there are legally things you cannot do, and we appreciate that. But we want to remind you that for residents and community members, you represent us. You are our advocates in policymaking and in work. And understanding that that work is very detailed, sometimes tedious, sometimes unseen, it doesn't mean that you cannot have impact to help our residents and the people that you have heard today. There are policies that you can change. People like Ann Venetia, duplicate her, triple her, please keep her there. Don't let her go away. She's one, helping many. Maybe add someone to the county inspections office that strictly focuses on affordable housing units and that their sole job is to go from unit to unit to unit doing surprise inspections across all of our affordable housing partners. Those are things that you can do in a budget. When you're looking at your policies, when you're working with our police departments, when you are working with zoning, when you are working with our affordable housing partners, when you're reading those loans, look for things that create accountability to our residents who don't have a voice, who have language barriers, who may not understand our systems, who may not know how to advocate, who can't reach you because they don't know how, because everything is online and they use a telephone. Because sometimes even in interpretation, innuendos are lost, pain is lost, details are lost. And so we are here advocating for them to the best of our ability. And one of the challenges we're facing right now is this claims process. And while AHC and us are meeting on a regular basis, and we're grateful for what AHC has done, there's still challenges. And trust has been broken, and building trust takes time and consistency. And we just don't have that. Every time we think we make a step forward, something happens to one of our residents, and we're back where we started. And it is frustrating for AHC, and even more frustrating and painful for us as advocates, witnessing and supporting our residents time after time, having to try to navigate or work out a situation that we're yet again in. And so we can't do this alone. You know, we know that AHC has made changes, and we are grateful for those changes. We want to make sure that they know we are grateful for the time, but changes don't correct or make people whole. I personally worked with one of the residents in filing the claim process. I went to her home and we sat there for 3 hours going through everything that she lost. And we only noted things that we could account for. We didn't even note everything. It was a $9,000 claim. The adjuster, which is, I get it, an American process, offered her $3,000. And then they came back and offered her $5,000. And we had already buckled down and made it low. I'm so detail-oriented. I was so anal, about the claim process. And I'm like, you know, we described everything, and we still had to fight for that. And so that's the kind of stuff where it's like, what do we do? And then the adjuster even came to her home where other people were scared of that. I said, I'll be here with you. We welcomed him into her home and sat with him and went over the claim and still only got offered $3,000. So these are the kinds of challenges that we're facing as advocates, and now we're working to find these people representation. So we just want you to know that we thank you for the platform you provided us to advocate and help the residents. We know we may not get this again, but please don't forget about us. Please don't forget about us. And please, please, even though people can't see the changes that you're making, please make them. Every single time you're looking at a loan application, every time there's that budget, can we have room for another Ann Venetia? Is there another way to add a county inspector? Can we hold these people accountable so that affordable housing here in Arlington truly serves the residents, who are mostly people of color, and low-income communities that are already marginalized in other ways, so that they can actually have the quality of life that we all deserve to have here in Arlington and that we pride ourselves on. So that is what I ask of you all today. Don't forget about us. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to come advocate and for helping us hold AHC accountable. And thank you, AHC, for working with us. We are grateful. Even though there's much to do, we are grateful for the small things that have been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Appreciate each of your comments. And we will now turn to AHC. and I believe there are a couple of different speakers. I don't know who goes first, Ms. Cunningham, or you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. First, I want to thank everyone who's here today and who's been here all along, sharing stories and sharing hope and a commitment to moving forward together. I did want to make one clarification that has propagated a few times, which is there have not been rats at the Serrano inside the building. The Spanish translation from mouse often ends up to rats, and it's a pretty important distinction. I just want to make that really clear. And I in particular want to thank Ms. Ordonez and also Janet Venezuela, who worked with us in the complicated and necessary move-out process. So the Ordonez family was the very first to move out of their apartment to have this recurring condensation issue resolved. And that did require, we now have it down to 2 weeks, but they were out for 3 weeks and then for an additional week so that we could do everything else that they'd been wishing for in that apartment, from painting to convector replacements. So thank you for your patience and really your problem solving all along. We have a presentation that, if it made it to you, might help this go more quickly. And so I think Kendra's going to try to pull that up. And while she does that, I'll just do a couple of quick introductions. I have with me Roxana Hernandez, who is our new Assistant Director for Community Engagement. I mentioned she was coming last time we were here. She's here. So she'll share a little bit of bringing our resident voice forward without interrupting their days. And then on the video, we have an additional team member, I hope, Edgar Tuomi, who is one of our frontline resident service leaders. Okay, great. So that's from a different era a few months back when we got the pool open and staffed. Let's go into the first one. Yeah. So just recapping, as we've done the last couple of months, I'm almost to 5 months here in this interim role. We've really been focused on 4 things: stabilizing the most impacted residents, moving forward with building infrastructure improvements, and improving communication both with the county and with our advocates and, most importantly, our residents. And then along the way, looking for opportunities to refine and improve AHC as an organization. So in the next slide, on the stabilizing residents front, much of this you know already. Since we last met, we have resolved most of the voluntary claims, which I'm delighted to report. We do have in 2022 4 claims moving forward to mediation. There are also 3 that have not yet gotten back to us, so it could be as many as 7. And then we will be continuing to do these tricky temporary relocations to move folks out of an apartment for about 2 weeks to open the walls and re-insulate the cooling pipes so that that condensation does not recur in a handful of apartments. Secondly, we are looking forward to working out with Arlington County Housing Team and DHS sort of a playbook for temporary relocations in the future. Lots of lessons learned there, and you'll hear more of that in reports in the future. To the next slide, please. Okay. A big focus all throughout the last 2 years has really been making sure that our residents can keep a roof over their head and be stably housed. So both services and support, rent relief has been a big part of that, both your work and our state and our federal work, and our resident services teams on the front lines helping residents access that. About 1/3 of residents at Serrano have accessed about $700,000 in rent relief. In addition, we provided that one-time rent credit over the summer, which was a little over $150,000. Next one. I did want to just share, we did, now that we've done the claims and we've gotten the review of sort of who was in the hotels and who moved out and what repairs were needed, I just wanted to share a little bit of the overlap. So for instance, there is one family who has had the most difficult path, which is they did need a significant repair and a move out to do that. They chose to be in a hotel. And then they have filed a voluntary claim. So there is one family in that category. And then the others have various overlaps. But I do want to highlight for each of these families, this was a really challenging path, regardless of which piece. It's about 70 families across all of those possibilities. And each of them has their own story, and each of them has their own challenge through the process. We've tried hard to work with everyone to get them into their permanent home, whether it's at the Serrano or elsewhere, to make sure that if they experienced property loss and did not have renter's insurance, that we had a proxy for that. And again, that most importantly, the repairs do get made, and especially for those recurring condensation issues. Next slide. Okay, on the physical improvements, again, much of this you've seen already. The next steps there really are moving into the full scope of work for the rehabilitation of the building, which will be coming in about 3 years, and then working together with our colleagues in the county on the financing plan for that. Next, please. Communication has been a huge headline throughout this whole process, and we've both committed ourselves to it, but also kind of refocused our organization and our tools to improve and continue to learn and continue to learn each time that we can improve. Roxanne is going to share a little bit more about that in terms of the Community Engagement Committee and the work she's done in her first few weeks here at AHC. So I think you have to turn your... There you go.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Roxana Hernandez. I will have been at AHC a month tomorrow in this new role of Assistant Director of Community Engagement. I have experience in working in affordable housing with residents, and I also grew up in Arlington, so I'm very passionate about working with those that live in Arlington and at HC properties. One of my first tasks as I started is spending a lot of time at Serrano. We did a survey to get some feedback about the recent changes and just overall what residents are wanting to see improvements in programming and just overall community building. I've had many conversations with a lot of residents. They're very eager to talk and to share solutions and ideas on how we can start to build trust and relationships together. We were excited to see that 95% of the people that did the survey were mostly satisfied with the recent changes and that direction that Serrano and property management team is moving in. And some of the things that we heard in the survey with regards to why people love to live at Serrano are because of it's quiet and peaceful, it's a good neighborhood, has good schools, there's a lot of space in the apartments, and even things like the sunset view is really nice. Overall, there were concerns that were mentioned, but there was also a strong sense of community and solutions proposed by the residents, and I'm excited to hear about and work with the residents. I look forward to working in the community. I look forward to working with the county and our residents in 2022. And now my colleague Edgar will be talking about the work that he does on the resident services team. He's on the call.
Thank you, Roxana. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you again. Hello, my name is Edgar Awume. I am a resident services manager, and I have been with AAT for 3.5 years. My apologies, I cannot be with you all in person due to programming on site, but thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about the work we've been doing amidst the adversities that have come with the pandemic. In the past 2 years, AAT has remained committed to helping its residents navigate these challenging times. My colleagues and I in resident services have advocated for our residents in many ways, including rental and utility assistance, workforce and employment resources, food assistance, and youth education. Because we work where our residents live, we're able to see the impact of our work in real time and the difference it's making in the lives of our residents. Recently, a single mother with a teen daughter in our youth education program expressed her gratitude for the linkages and referrals to counseling and academic support for her daughter. I am also very proud of the news that came today that AET Resident Services was chosen for the COVID-19 Hero Award for individuals, groups, and businesses that have gone above and beyond in the act of services during the pandemic. As new trends and data emerge in the fight against COVID-19, I hope we continue to partner with the county and the numerous volunteers that help us to bring the much needed supportive services to our residents. Thank you again for your time.
I think your mic's off, so there you go.
Thanks. Thank you, Edgar. And then I think we'll just wrap up here with the ongoing organizational improvements. Again, I think since the last time we spoke, the main change is the announcement of the wind down of operations of AHC management. That will occur in the first half of next year. In addition, our national search for CEO has gone bigger and louder in the last 2 weeks. So please push that out to your networks. And that is the main gist, I think. So quickly, 2 other things on that slide, Kendra, if you don't mind, and more of this to come in the new year. You'll get reports aplenty on this, but just a peek ahead at some of the lessons learned. Just to highlight, absolutely, communication and trust is fundamental to all the work that we're doing, and that's got to be front and foremost every day. Secondly, this see something, say something, and making sure that we both share information and take the time to verify information is really important to moving forward so that we can best serve residents. Pacing matters. There are a couple times where we were moving too slow, particularly during the early months of COVID, and there were times we were moving a little too fast earlier this year, and each of those has its challenges, but I think building that pacing in is really important. Ms. Talianto mentioned this, but we really need to continue to push ourselves to give voice and give access to elevating resident concerns. People are fearful. People are still learning the systems, and then sometimes our systems, both on the landlord side and the county side, are not up to the task. So we need to keep pushing forward on that. And then finally, I think the bottom line is big multifamily properties are hard. And COVID made everything harder. And so it's a great lessons learned exercise and after action, and we'll continue that work with the subcommittee, and they'll tidy it all up for you so that you don't have to live through each detail. All right, and then the last slide is just looking ahead. So I think I hit most of this as we went through. Maybe a couple things just to pull up again is the issue of renter's insurance that we spoke about several months ago. We continue to have most of our vulnerable residents uninsured, but liable for damage both to their property and to others, and that is not super satisfactory. And then I think a couple other things that we will bring back, but can we streamline some of the income verification? We do this in other counties. So particularly when you're acquiring a building and you have residents that are in an 80% AMI unit but have never been means tested, it's shocking and discouraging and exhausting to have to go through that means testing the first time, and there may be some pathways through that are more gentle. So I'll stop there, and if you have questions, happy to take them now or offline.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I'll say a few remarks. I know, Ms. Crystal, you also want to share some remarks. I'll just say, Ms. Ordonez, thank you for coming and sharing your story. My Spanish is imperfect, but if someone could translate that for her, Janeth, or if you can make sure to share that. Ms. Goff, your call to equity is compelling, and there's work to do. Ms. Jackson, thank you for mentioning some of the need to pivot towards the systemic work, and I'm glad that we appointed you today to the Housing Commission, so we're going to be asking your help, but we still have a responsibility. I guess I'm most called by Ms. Talento, your focus on the detailed, painstaking work that is necessary to continue this, and that's what kind of I'll continue in a different form, but still pushing. With respect to, I appreciate very much the 4 different areas, Ms. Cunningham. I do feel progress on stabilization and physical improvements. I'd say the work is on communications and partnerships is ongoing. I think you might say the same thing. Organizational refinement is not my lane, our lane, but it is, you can imagine it's still of interest. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for coming to this work, and there will be a lot of work. I'm very glad you have roots in Arlington. I think you probably know after 1 month there's a lot of work to do. Thank you, Edgar, for sharing your thoughts, and we'll continue this, but I think now it's appropriate to pass the mic to Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And apropos of the really excellent comments from Ms. Jackson, Ms. Talento in particular, I wanted to talk a little bit about what to expect next in 2022. The practice adopted this year repeatedly, which is a sort of public hearing on an item that's not before the board for a vote, is really unusual. It reflects the board and in particular our chair's commitment to bringing an unprecedented level of attention and scrutiny to an issue that really affected the life and safety of Arlingtonians and Arlington families. I know it's the perspective of a number of folks in this room that without these types of hearings, there wouldn't have been the necessary improvements and conditions at the Serrano or the necessary sweeping changes at AHC. I am generally of that opinion too. And I also know that there's some anxiety that without these sort of types of public hearings, they're going to be backsliding and improvements and changes. And the question as we enter 2022 for me is, not how do we sustain this usual, this sort of crisis level suspension of usual government operations, but rather how do we change our usual government operations so that accountability for HC in specific and for landlords in general, and accountability to tenants, especially to low income tenants, is an ongoing part of at least the way we operate in county government. So as we move into 2022, we are not lessening the focus on the Serrano. We are widening the aperture to include other aging properties and to include more residents who need clear and effective supports and services. And so I want to take just a moment to describe in a little more detail what I mean when I say that, because a commitment sounds good, right? But it's going to matter a lot more to see the specific new work and practices that actually give some meaning to that commitment. So a few things to expect in the year ahead that I know we are going to say and sustain conversation about. As some of you may have seen last month, the county board voted to appropriate funds for a capital needs assessment of the county's aging housing stock in the upcoming year. And so here's what you can expect as that starts to ramp up. First, the housing team has engaged a contractor that's going to start by inspecting 6 properties that are committed affordable units. Together, they comprise about 1,200 units. These were properties that were selected based on their age, based on their conditions pre-pandemic, and resident and community feedback. And so the results of the inspections that are about to start imminently are going to provide data, and they're going to help us shape that capital needs assessment. They're beginning in January of 2022, and they should be completed by March of 2022, with the results publicly available shortly thereafter. And from there, as I mentioned, we will move into that capital needs assessment, which should be much more comprehensive and guide all of us in the county for the years to come. We've also implemented several strategies to make sure that at the time of the county granting a loan, and I think Ms. Talento talked about that in particular, that we are ensuring that there is appropriate investment into CAF communities. So we have added additional oversight language in our new agreements that are signed when we make a loan from the Affordable Housing Investment Fund. We've strengthened requirements in the loan documents that allow for us to inspect and require compliance, and include and require reporting on progress after issues are identified. We are also including future rehabilitation or requiring that when a loan comes forward at a county for a county financing in a project, that there are plans and scopes of work for rehabilitation to address the major infrastructure and systemic issues in that building, which is to say, We will not issue a loan until we know that there is plans to address any types of structural issues like the ones at the Serrano. That's going to include third-party architect reviews, reviews of common areas before the county board votes or considers new loans. And for projects that don't require rehabilitation at the time that they're acquired, we are now requiring that the owner conduct a property needs assessment or commit to a property needs assessment as a condition of that loan and come up with a workable plan for financing those improvements. Again, outlining this plan before the county board takes a vote on loans. The last thing I want to share that our staff has worked so hard on, and I really appreciated the desire to clone Ann Venezia, which I think every single one of us would love to do as well. But staff has really been thinking hard under her leadership to think about not only our oversight of committed affordable units, which I was indicating, but also how we can improve the tenant and resident services, especially in our committed affordable units. This is a body of work that's under development. I know many of you have been in conversation with Ann and her team because that engagement with residents for these in-depth discussions about concerns and about the solutions from what people need from the county to support is really going to provide the basis for these reforms. So we know, again, improving the oversight, but also strengthening the county interagency coordination so that if a renter has a DHS caseworker and that's who they're most comfortable with, that's someone who they can raise concerns about housing quality to, for example, and certainly enhance communications and outreach. So what education we can provide to residents, what ways we can make sure that residents know they can contact the county for help beyond just email or a website. This is a major body of work that's to come. And I think, again, I really give Ms. Venezia credit and her team because I hope they've started to make the down payment by listening so closely to members of the community in the Serrano to show that work is very much underway and those reforms are coming just as much as the reforms are already underway and in some places already in place when it comes to the accountability at the time of a county loan. I'll conclude there. This is going to be one of the biggest bodies of work that we have in 2022, apropos in part because of the item we're about to vote on as well. And certainly that's in reflection of how much we've learned from all of you throughout this experience. So again, I say that we are not lessening the focus on the Serrano. We are widening that focus to include many more other properties and many more other Arlingtonians. And we appreciate the conversations to date.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Certainly, that encapsulates a lot of detail and an approach that I fully support, and I'm mindful of time, but also do want to provide an opportunity should colleagues have more to add, or if you feel like we've covered it. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, and Ms. Crystal, thank you for covering the body of work in the year ahead. I do want to make clear that there are other issues that this experience has shown us and some other areas where I'd like to see some progress in the new year that are not necessarily Arlington County led or initiated. One, the work, Ms. Cunningham, thank you for looking at how to make available group low-cost renters insurance. That's a key element of this conversation that I think has gone underexplored. Many residents traumatized by the claims process, not getting what they expected, would be better protected through insurance vehicles. And the fact that those have not been widely taken up is something that needs to be corrected so that in the event of willful acts, negligent acts, or accidental acts, people don't end up suffering trauma upon trauma with not being able to replace things. Beyond that, I think I'm just very moved by both advocates and AHC speaking about trust building and humbled at knowing that that is an area that we are less likely to be able to influence a positive result. However, I think I would certainly be open to any and all suggestions if we can be a helpful part in that dialogue, but nonetheless express that we are cheering on whatever attempts are needed for reconciliation and ongoing relationship building and trust. It is absolutely the key, not just to deal with the issues of the past at the Serrano, but to ensure that in the future, we don't have to have 17 years of frustration build up that creates a circumstance that's almost impossible to fix. 17 years, we can't fix that. So we want to make sure that as pain is experienced along the way, we can address it in the moment, and knowing that there are all kinds of reasons why that's not in place, but we want to be helpful in doing that. And to that, I offer one suggestion that has not been a part of this process very much. We do have an advisory commission to the county board, which we hope is our canary in the coal mine, to use an idiom, to alert us to problems that are emerging. So to the advocate community, to AHC itself, please use that vehicle so that if there are areas such as capital needs that are beyond the scope of the organization to deal with, we can know about it before it becomes a crisis for the resident community that's experiencing issues that they find management unresponsive to. We can know about it as early as possible. I like everyone, I assign no blame for this, but it is awfully defeating to be in a position to have so many stories and experiences that we know we can't do anything to fix because they have persisted for so long and have been of such great depth. So hopefully it is not just the work that we do, it is the work that we all do ongoing, and that we all commit to holding each other accountable, because I remain optimistic that at the end of the day, the mission that Reverend Goff outlined at the beginning, the vision for Arlington, our commitment to equity, I think we all believe it. Now we have to actualize it, and we hold ourselves all accountable to making it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. Mr. Carantonis.
Yes, just a brief remark, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Crystal, for summarizing the really, quite an agenda in front of us. And I'm absolutely certain that we will be also discovering new vehicles and tools and instruments to improve the effectiveness of that. And to what, echoing what Mr. Dorsey just said, yes, this is really rebuilding trust, and it's extremely difficult to do that. And I'm actually mindful of the fact that HC made a decision to not manage its properties anymore directly and outsource the management of these properties, right? So while you will be still supervising your management companies and your management contractors, it is really important. So as you see, this becomes a little bit more complex. There are more intermediaries potentially there. And so it is really important to me to have assurance that you really convey to these new management companies the values that are distilled from this more than year-long process of discussion on Serrano, which is, by the way, still not complete, as we have seen. And it's, I understand that 5.6% of residents is very dissatisfied. This is not a very high number, but it is a number, and the other half is also important. Anyway, what I wanted to say is that I really look forward in still hearing about that. I'm still hearing about how Serrano heals. We all have learned from this a lot, and I do believe that it has informed our own policies a lot. So the implementation of what Ms. Crystal has outlined depends heavily on, on the continuous, flow of information from the advocates and from HC, and hopefully also from those who will be representing the companies that are managing these buildings in the future. So I really ask you to ensure that this flow continues to be truthful, direct, timely, so that we have a community response to that.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for coming multiple times. I think it's been given the board a really good window into what is happening, and I think we've come a long, long way since last summer, in part because of the advocacy and people coming and AHC stepping up, making changes and talking to us about what's going on, and hard work on the part of our staff. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate, Ms. Crystal, you talking about pivoting and widening the aperture. These kinds of issues are not just at Serrano. I'm sure they're broader, and it's just really a tip of an iceberg that we really need to examine work to make sure that everyone in our county has safe and healthy and comfortable living situation. And I think it's a good way to start the new year. And I also appreciate Mr. Dorsey bringing up the commissions that we have, because we do have some formats to be working these issues, and when they're used, they can work well. And I encourage people to use those. So I'm looking forward to a good start with the new year. We've got a lot of work to do, but I think we're on a much better path than we were earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carvey. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the continued work. There will be more to do. We will continue to be making sure there's accountability with respect to the Serrano, widen the aperture, and the work for sure will continue. I know that perhaps no one might be completely satisfied in the room, but we know we are in the work, and we know we're going to continue the work to try and serve our residents better with this approach that Ms. Crystal will lead, and I look forward to participating in. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. We will take a brief recess now, and we will be back no later than 7, but we may be back before then. I would say for those here, 6:45 could be, but no later than 7 o'clock. Thanks. We're in recess. Good evening. Welcome back. Arlington County Board back in session. We will move expeditiously, but we do ask your indulgence. We have one agenda item, item 16, that's been pulled from consent. We also have a 5-minute, I'm told, video of that I believe our clerk can pull up, or our manager can pull up. It's an end-of-year review video. I ask your indulgence as we get a chance to play it. Are you set, Mr. Kushner? I'd ask that we take a moment of silence to recognize the absent members we've lost, our sisters, brothers, mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons, our grandparents, those who've left us this past year due to this terrible virus. There's no easy way to go on, but we will go on.
And what is the current status of vaccinations in Arlington? What are we seeing? You are done. Easy.
I would say 50 to 75% of our staff each and every day are volunteers, and they are amazing.
And a Band-Aid to say we gave you one.
When you get a vaccine, they put a Band-Aid on your arm. After you get that shot, that Band-Aid comes from us. That wipe comes from us. Those supplies come from us. There's a lot more going on than the shot itself.
We're going to be posting regular Q&As right here, and you can submit your questions by DMing us, or you can use...
We are here tonight with some of our county's faith leaders to have an honest and open conversation about the impacts of COVID-19.
Even if you are vaccinated and you're still just not feeling well, use those testing services, know your status, and help protect you, your members of family, and the community.
The thing that I have to remind people is it's open to all kids from anywhere. That's going to be the case for all of Virginia and the whole region.
Grant really does try to target them. Those who have a physical bricks and mortar location. We know that's a fixed cost every month, regardless of whether one customer comes in or not, and those expenses don't go away.
Is going even greener with the program to collect and recycle food scraps and turn it into compost.
Recovery is a journey to overcome mental health illness and substance use disorder.
It has been 445 days since we last had a meeting in this room. Welcome back.
This one in particular is in a very diverse part of the county, and it had a feel and a vibe that none of the other branches has had.
Strong collective bargaining ordinance. Thank you.
And the motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
The county board had asked me to lead a review that would look into the Arlington County Police Department's practices.
The
Arlington police showed up, everything changed. And so I just want to say thank you. Not just us personally, but what you did to protect the edifice of our democracy.
Behind me, you will see the latest and greatest features of fire stations for firefighting and public safety.
Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
Down the street, they're actually walking through many layers of history.
We're here today at Freddy's Beach Bar and Restaurant, one of the legacy businesses of Arlington and the only LGBTQIA+ and straight-friendly bar in the county.
Today we launch the documentation of the history of Latinos in Arlington.
Walk around the county, we see it as it is. I want people to see it as it was and how it informs what we are right now.
People needed to kind of process 2020. And there's a lot to put in that trunk. Trying to pull it all together here. All the past is in the present, right? And then we're also talking to the future.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could say, I wanted to thank our friends with the Arlington Video Group, Pete Hill and Jeremy Carpel, who did that. And also, tomorrow we'll have our short but informative summary of everything we did in 2021, all 70 pages of it. But I think that video captures just a slice of what we did. And I wanted to thank you and all the other members of the board for making 2021 a great year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And right back to you. Thank you for all the work. We will be engaging in some additional work that really you and the staff have done so much on in just a few minutes. I want to be mindful of time. We'll have an opportunity to continue to discuss just a few logistics. You've been here, many of you, for most of the afternoon. When you come to speak, if you come to speak, you're welcome to remove your mask. We are socially distanced here, but you can also increase the height of the podium with, as you face the dais on the right side, there's a button. Please speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear your comments. If you're submitting documents as part of your testimony, either on item 16 or the other item that is before us this evening, send us the documents. You can hand them to Mr. Kushner, who will be over there, with your name and contact information. For remote speakers, keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you're called on to speak. You'll need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are on the phone, or by clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you're using Teams on an app or browser. After speaking, be careful you're not echoing, You exit the call, continue to participate in the meeting via the live stream online or cable channels 25 and 1085 and Verizon Fios channels 39 and 40. Occasionally, we may get up and stretch our legs. There are speakers and monitors in the back so that we can continue to see and hear the meeting. With that, we are ready to hear from speakers on item 16. Mr. Kushner, are there speakers on item 16?
We have no speakers.
Thank you. Then I will turn to the manager for the staff presentation on item 16.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Betsy Herbst will have a brief verbal presentation. Ms. Herbst.
Good evening. My name is Betsy Herbst. I'm with the Real Estate Bureau, and I'm also here with my coworker Linda Collier with the Real Estate Bureau. And we have on the line also the developers, attorney, and engineer. But just very briefly, this action is a request for a vacation of an easement for public utilities over a previously vacated alley. And this is in connection with the 11th and Vermont Street project, which was approved in 2018. The vacation was also approved at that time. It had a 3-year deadline, and it actually expired in February. And so that was the reason for a new application, which we received in October and placed it on the agenda for the December board meeting. I understand there were some concerns about notice of the meeting by the Civic Association, and we have reviewed what the applicant did in terms of notice and found that they did send the certified mail letters as our applications require them to do. And the public meeting was advertised in the newspaper as required by state law. And in addition, there were also a couple of meetings with the community. A couple of individuals were the applicant met with in October. And then there was a pre-construction meeting on November 10th, at which this vacation was announced. So we believe all the required notification was provided to the community, and we understand that was the main concern. One other concern we heard was about utilities, whether there are utilities in this easement. We have determined there are no county utilities. It has come to light that there are some electric utilities, which are serving only the church property and not the adjacent property. There is also a Verizon line which serves the adjacent property, but that will be relocated as a condition of the vacation. We're here to answer any questions that you might have about either the utilities or the notice that was provided.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Herbst. Appreciate it, as well as Ms. Collier. We'll turn now to the applicant stakeholder if there is a presentation. I believe it would be Mr. Lunger if there is a presentation. Are you there, Mr. Lunger?
I'm here. Yeah, we have Vika on the line. But again, to reiterate what Ms. Herbst said, you know, this vacation application was part of the original filing. You know, this site went through the Glove Amendment process. It went through the 4.1 site plan process. It went through the site plan amendment process. And this vacation has been reviewed for maybe half a decade at this point. County engineering staff support it. Again, this easement is located entirely on our property. It serves only our property, and it has no impact at all on adjoining property owners. And so, again, we've tried to be very proactive. We met with community in October in advance of the pre-construction meeting. We did a pre-construction meeting on November 10th. We set up I think a Facebook page for updates to the project. We have 2 designated contacts for the project. The community, all the HOAs and condos around us have info, obviously. They have JAG's contact info. The lines of communication are open anytime anybody wants to contact us. We documented those 2.
Sure.
This is, and I honestly don't know why we're here tonight. But
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lunger, for that priceless honesty. And there were some concerns regarding process. Appreciate your summary. Appreciate, Ms. Herbst, you covering the notice requirements. And with that, I'll turn to Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I thought I would go ahead and make a motion, if that's all right, to get us started. In answer to question, Mr. Lunger, legally, residents are allowed to pull and require a public hearing on some of our issues, and that's what happened here, so it's legally required, as I understand it. So I would like to move that the county board enact the attached ordinance attached to the board report dated November 22nd, 2021, to vacate an easement for public utilities over vacated alley parcel, and also, which are in the motion, in the board report, I'm not going to read it all, also authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, or his designee to execute on behalf of the county board deed of vacation and to accept any deeds of easement related to the vacation, subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. Does that pass muster, Ms. County Attorney? Thank you. And I'd be happy to just get a second and then talk to my motion, if I might.
Motion has been made and seconded. Thank you, Ms. Corr. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I think the only thing that wasn't sort of clear maybe was that we actually approved this in 2018. So I think I'll just check with our attorney. What has changed since 2018 except the time elapsing? Has anything particularly changed since we made this approval in 2018? As far as I can tell, not, but I could be wrong.
I would have to defer to Ms. Herbst. I don't.
Yes, I'm sorry.
There has been
I can see you. I can't see Ms. Herbst. Ms. Herbst.
There's been a change of ownership.
Yes.
And that was sometime in the spring, I understand, and that apparently had something to do with the original ordinance conditions not being met. And because it expired, we had to start with a new application.
Thank you. But the easement hasn't changed. The utilities haven't changed. Nothing else has changed. So in that case, we approved it in 2018, and I'm fine to approve it now. And those are my remarks, if that's all right, if that's sufficient.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Succinct, and I'm happy to support the motion. I think that I appreciate the procedural thoroughness that we've exhibited, and I also am grateful for you explaining a little bit of why this was pulled. This is in the section where a resident can pull, and we have a sort of a defer to approval of that, pulling the item from consent. So unless colleagues have additional comment, I'm happy to ask for a vote on Ms. Garvey's motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We will move to item 32. Next item, Mr. Kushner, would you call this item, please?
Of course. Item number 32 relates to the Barcroft Apartments at 1130 South George Mason Drive. Part A is approval of a $150 million county acquisition fund loan to an affordable housing provider to help finance the acquisition of Barcroft Apartments. And 32 Part B is the approval of a short-term financing credit agreement between the county, the Arlington County Industrial Development Authority, and PNC Bank to be used to finance the acquisition and installation of certain land, facilities, and equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. We're over to the manager for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. As I mentioned on Saturday, the item before you is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to preserve affordable housing for hundreds of Arlington families and thousands of people. This proposal embodies countless years and hours of effort and fulfills plans and directions from this board and your predecessor boards. We have funds available in our Affordable Housing Investment Fund to meet the annual debt service while longer-term planning takes place. And also, with a transaction of this size, the details really do matter. The last 2 months involved literally every day and night work by a talented and exceptionally dedicated staff team. And I wanted to offer my deep appreciation to the staff, Ann Venezia, who you will hear in a moment, Sarah Pizzo, Melissa Danowski, Mark McCauley, Jason Fries, Shannon Flanagan-Watson, Michelle Cowan, Ryan Helfa, and Erica Moore worked hard day and night and weekends. And it was all a labor of love and a labor that will have a profound and lasting positive effect on the lives of those who live at Barcroft. And as I told staff, that was the easy part. So with that, over to Ms. Venezia.
Ms. Venezia.
Hi, good, this is working. Thank you and good evening. That was quite an introduction, so hopefully this presentation will live up to expectations. So I'm Ann Venezia, I'm Arlington County's Housing Director, and I will be walking through the staff recommendations related to the acquisition proposal for Barcroft Apartments and commitment to long-term affordability. Next slide. First, the Barcroft property is located in the Douglas Park neighborhood in the Columbia Pike corridor. It spans over 60 acres and is a garden-style apartment community built between 1939 and 1953. It contains 1,334 units. It also includes 2 smaller commercial parcels. Next slide. Barcroft Apartments is the largest market rate affordable, or MARC, property in the county. A MARC means a unit that is affordable to low-income households as a result of current market pricing rather than local, state, or federal affordability requirements. In some areas of the region, this is also known as naturally occurring affordable housing, or NOAH. This fall, a broker circulated a listing advertising the Barcroft Apartments for sale. The sale risked market rate development and displacement of current residents if purchased by a buy-rate market rate developer only interested in market rate buy-rate development. Instead, the acquisition by an affiliate of Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners includes a plan to commit all units to 99 years of affordability. To help this purchaser acquire the property, staff recommends approval of a $150 million line of credit, the associated county acquisition fund loan to the purchaser, and corresponding loan documents. To give some context for this project and its location, I'd like to take a few minutes to talk about the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan. The Neighborhoods Area Plan, which was adopted in July of 2012, represents the county's adopted policy guiding preservation and revitalization of the residential neighborhoods along Columbia Pike. Its goals mirror the previous vision established for the commercial areas of the corridor while also prioritizing housing and sustainability. The area plan is implemented through the 2013 Neighborhoods Form-Based Code, also known as Appendix B to the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance. While many portions of Columbia Pike are eligible for redevelopment, both documents strategically identified 2 areas considered essential for preservation, labeling them conservation areas. While multiple sites met the criteria for qualifying as conservation areas, the focus of the area plan was on rental properties which were at higher risk of redeveloping, specifically Barcroft Apartments and Fillmore Garden Apartments. Barcroft Apartments front George Mason Drive, south of Columbia Pike in the western half of the corridor, while Fillmore Garden Apartments lie just east of Walter Reed Drive, north of Columbia Pike in the eastern half. Portions of these apartment communities were specifically highlighted as conservation areas due to the historic resources inventory listing them as essential, and they contain significant amounts of affordable housing, open spaces, and mature trees. The proposed acquisition helps meet the goals within the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan approved by the County Board in 2012. The plan established the goal of preserving 100% of the 6,200 marks existing at the time along the Columbia Pike corridor. The units of Barcroft Apartments reflect a significant portion of that goal, as over 20% of the marks to be preserved in the plan are located at Barcroft Apartments. The preservation and renovation of the Barcroft community also meets many goals in the county's Affordable Housing Master Plan. First, it will prevent the loss of market rate affordable housing. The project also will provide family-size committed affordable, or CAF, units, including 612 two-bedroom units and 47 three-bedroom units. The property will be affordable for 99 years and will add to the CAF inventory within transit corridors, specifically the Columbia Pike corridor. In addition, the project will support Housing Arlington initiatives. The County Board initiated Housing Arlington in 2019 as a way to bring together many of the county's existing efforts and to determine new strategies for ensuring that the county's supply goal of the Affordable Housing Master Plan is met. The strategies we'll explore to help with the preservation of the Barcroft community support the following Housing Arlington initiatives. Under land use tools, we can explore tool opportunities within the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Area Plan. For financial tools, we propose using a county line of credit, which I'll explain more shortly, to expand available county resources. The project would also leverage new private sources to enable affordable housing preservation. And for county employee housing, the Barcroft community is home to county staff, including police officers. Preservation of this neighborhood will provide continually stable housing for segments of the county's workforce. So let's talk a little bit more about the affordability and resident protections provided within this project. In the short term, it's important to note that no current residents will be displaced as a result of this acquisition. The rents for these residents shall remain at current rent levels for the first year. And thereafter, rents will increase no more than 3% a year, up to the 60% of area median income rent level. In terms of long-term protections, the acquisition will include restrictive covenants for 99 years of affordability at the 60% of area median income rent level. This is the longest affordability period in the county's affordable housing portfolio to date. Given the significance of this sale, I'd also like to speak to how the county, seller, and purchaser are communicating with current residents. Barcroft residents were notified of the acquisition with hand-delivered letters on Friday, December 10th. These notices were translated into some of the primary languages spoken at the property, including Spanish, Amharic, Arabic, and Mongolian. Staff also has communicated with Bugata and resident advocacy organizations so we can stay aware of any resident questions and concerns. Once the acquisition is complete, the purchaser will continue to provide outreach and information to residents as renovation plans progress. I've shared some of the envisioned policy goals for the project, and should this acquisition move forward, significant work will begin following the sale. Pending further property condition report information, we anticipate the units at Barcroft Apartments may benefit from renovation or redevelopment. And as a result, a master financing and development plan will be created in 2022 to consider rehab and redevelopment options for the site. Given the extensive neighborhood planning that has already occurred along Columbia Pike, the master financing and development plan will focus on financing and development options specific to the Barcroft site, primarily within the existing context of the neighborhood's area plan and conservation areas. The master financing and development plan will consider preservation and rehab of those units within the conservation areas, which is about 1,100 units, as well as redevelopment of a portion of units that could help maximize available financing sources and enable a mixed income community. It is anticipated the majority of the affordable units rehabbed or redeveloped will use low-income housing tax credits, and this plan will outline financing details of how the $150 million county acquisition loan may be restructured as various rehab and redevelopment projects come online. The master financing and development plan will be finalized, as I said, in 2022 to maximize community benefits while also ensuring long-term renovations begin as quickly as possible. Depending on the opportunities identified, there could be ways to restructure the deal to bring about additional resources and possibly to reduce county investment. Further, it's anticipated that no additional county financing will be necessary as the affordable units are renovated or redeveloped. To support this acquisition, the purchaser is requesting a $150 million subordinate loan from the county. This equates to about $112,000 per unit, which is less than the 12-year average county loan amount of $125,000 per unit for typical third-party market acquisition rehab projects. The loan term would be for 35 years and carry a 1% interest rate for the first 5 years. This will increase to 2.5% for the balance of the loan term. It's important to note the county's acquisition loan will be restructured as future tax credit projects come online. It's anticipated that the rehab and redevelopment of the property will be phased and completed in the next 10 years. The initial acquisition financing will include equity from the borrower and associated investors, an Amazon loan, and the county acquisition fund loan. The borrower is anticipated to close on this financing by the end of December 2021, and post-acquisition, the borrower, also known as the purchaser, will secure a senior loan to repay a portion of the equity used to support the acquisition. The total acquisition budget also includes over $10 million in funds for repairs that may be needed prior to any future rehab or redevelopment projects. Although interim repairs will be made, the full scope of renovation and redevelopment work will be addressed in future tax credit financing deals. To enable a county loan of this size within the acquisition timeframe, county staff proposes using a line of credit with PNC Bank that is allowing $150 million of county funding to be available at closing. This line of credit will be outstanding for a maximum of 5 years, with the intention of refinancing into permanent debt at or before expiration once a permanent development plan and long-term financing strategy are finalized. The line of credit will be subject to appropriation debt of the county and will have a variable interest rate. In fiscal year 22, just to give you a sense of the debt service on this debt, the first 6 months of debt service for interest only will have a total expenditure of $850,000. In fiscal year 23, debt service on this line of credit is projected to range from $1.6 million to $2 million, depending on interest rates. And debt service for the balance of the line of credit will be conservatively budgeted based on prevailing interest rates. Interest-only payments on the county's line of credit debt will be partially offset by the $1.5 million in annual interest due on the county acquisition fund loan, and any difference will be funded from the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, or AHIF. Although the county loan amount is not anticipated to exceed $150 million, until the permanent financing plan is developed and implemented, the county will not know the full longer-term financial and capital impacts. As shared a moment ago, the short-term county line of credit will be refinanced before the end of its 5-year term. Based on very preliminary analysis, which assumes a reduction in the county's loan as tax credit or other financing sources are identified and executed, the long-term debt service impact could range from $5 to $7 million annually, depending on market conditions, the amortization structure, and terms of the permanent financing strategy. This range could be materially higher if the permanent financing strategy that we're envisioning is unable to be executed. But staff believe that through the 2022 Master Financing and Development Plan process, viable options can be developed to reduce the debt service impact. Given the amount of debt the county is incurring to fund this loan, paying for this annual debt service will require trade-offs for other budget, capital, and affordable housing priorities during and beyond the acquisition financing stage. So with these fiscal impacts in mind, and even with the planning and housing goals achieved, some may ask, why is the county considering such an expensive project? And the answer is the residents and the county's equity goals. Housing is central to achieving equity in Arlington. Specifically, in the county's equity dashboard, we see the disparities in housing affordability and the impacts on racial groups in our community. This project is an opportunity to close gaps and raise predictors of success, which helps to improve outcomes for everyone. This level of investment in housing and the opportunity to bring about equity in this community demonstrates how providing housing choice and opportunity are key priorities for the county. In other words, how we implement racial equity is evidenced by projects such as this one. With this in mind, staff evaluated how this acquisition meets racial equity goals as part of the County Board Equity Resolution, which was adopted in September 2019. The resolution includes, in part, direction to engage and collaborate with partners to enhance county efforts and commitment to fostering equity, and to apply a racial equity lens for every project we consider. And for that, we specifically ask the questions of who benefits, who's burdened, who's missing, how do we know, and what do we do? For context, while we don't yet have specific demographic data for Barcroft residents, the 2018 American Community Survey data for households earning up to 60% of the area median income indicate that 25% are Latino, 20% are Black, and 15% are Asian. We also know that Barcroft residents speak many languages, including those I mentioned earlier, Spanish, Amharic, Arabic, and Mongolian, amongst other languages. With this context in mind, we start by asking who benefits. This acquisition project would benefit the current families that are living at the property because it would enable them to continue to live in their homes at an affordable rent. And with the intention for future renovation or redevelopment of the Barcroft units, this would ensure quality homes are being secured into the future. On the other hand, if this project does not move forward and families face displacement, the low and moderate income families at Barcroft Apartments are the population that would be burdened. Currently, only 11.7% of Arlington's rental housing stock is affordable to households earning less than 60% of the area median income. Limited housing choices at this affordability level means that losing existing housing stock would cause uncertainty for residents as to whether they could even stay in Arlington. As for who's missing, we will continue to evaluate this as the renovation and redevelopment plans are finalized in order to ensure we're capturing those populations that may typically be overlooked in the process. And how do we know these things? We know as a result of our data collection efforts through the Affordable Housing Master Plan annual reviews and our ongoing work as part of Housing Arlington. Should this acquisition move forward, the purchaser will also engage with residents to learn more about the households living at the property now. And lastly, for the question, what do we do? We are bringing forward this project as a first step towards providing committed, affordable housing for Barcroft residents and to close those housing opportunity gaps. Should this project move forward, staff will continue throughout this process to use and apply the racial equity lens and specifically ask ourselves these questions. In summary, ensuring stable and affordable housing for Arlington's residents is of utmost priority to the county. This acquisition will help preserve the affordability of the largest affordable complex in Arlington, and over time will enable an opportunity to renovate or redevelop these units to ensure stable and quality homes in the long term. If the following recommendations are approved by the County Board, we will look forward to closing on financing anticipated before the end of the year. And then we'll get to work on the plans to create a vibrant, sustainable, and affordable mixed-income community. We have two board reports being considered by the County Board this evening. In the first one, item 32A, the County Manager recommends the following. Number one, allocate $150 million in County Acquisition Fund loan funds to support the acquisition of Barcroft Apartments. Number two, approve the associated loan documents. Number three, authorize and direct the trustees for the County Board to execute all related documents. And number four, authorize and direct the County Manager with the concurrence of the County Attorney to act as the County Board's representative in approving revisions to the loan documents that remove ambiguity or improve the County Board's financial security or position. In the second, item 32B, the County Manager recommends the following. Number one, approve the resolution authorizing the county to issue revenue notes to finance the acquisition of certain land, equipment, and other capital projects on a revolving credit basis. Number two, appropriate $150 million of loan proceeds to a general fund non-departmental account to finance the Barcroft acquisition loan. And number three, appropriate $0.85 million from unallocated AHF balances for 6 months of debt service in fiscal year 2022. Thank you, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Venezia. We will now turn to the applicant for their presentation, Mr. Lynch.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me take my mask off. It was hard to get my game face on. It is wonderful to be here tonight. I'll wait for our presentation to get on the screen, and then I'll get started. Thank you so much. Next slide, please. So first of all, my name is Jair Lynch, President and CEO of Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners. We are the applicant for this project. We are very excited to be here tonight, and we think we are at the precipice of really creating something extraordinary at the Barcroft Apartments. We will take you through a brief presentation, and then I'll be available for questions. We'll start with who we are, observations and opportunities, and then our commitment that is consistent with the county's commitment to affordable housing at this location. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We've been in business for 23 years, and essentially we have built the company for this opportunity. Mixed use, intergenerational, preservation, renovation, placemaking, all of the above. And we have prepared ourselves by executing many projects that are in the same vein. While we are based in DC, we have a regional portfolio and a regional workforce. Our general counsel lives in Arlington. The asset manager for this project lives in Alexandria. We are as diverse as the population at the property. We employ a place-based approach with multiple strategies working in tandem, which means when we plant, we stay for decades. Next slide, please. Our mission is to create extraordinary places, whether public-facing assets like the Central Library in Washington, D.C., named after Martin Luther King, or neighborhood-serving retail, or homes that we care about the quality. We think about the doorknob, the living room, the outdoor space, the entire neighborhood. And most importantly, we think about the people, as that's the center of our mission. We think about the diversity of the supply chain and implementing inclusive hiring practices whenever possible. We work in all jurisdictions. We currently own assets in Woodridge, Herndon, and soon in Alexandria. Next slide, please. Our core principles related to housing will be in full effect at Barcroft. We orient our interactions with residents, not tenants, to be positive. We make sure that a home is the launching pad for economic mobility. Much of what I've heard from the previous presentation is aligned with that. Next slide, please. You may have seen in the paper that we have surpassed our goal that we set forth in 2019 to address attainable housing issues in the region with the purchase of Plaza Towers in Hyattsville. We have a deep knowledge of housing across the income spectrum, and we're committed to preserving the 1,300 units of housing at Barcroft, not just for today, but for the 99 years going forward. Next slide, please. This Sunday, while we were working on this project, as mentioned, most of us have been working every single day for the last few months. I was reminded of my first walk at the Barcroft Apartments. I was walking with an architect that we often utilize, who is from Mumbai, and he and I were walking through the neighborhood, and I was, as a son of an immigrant from Colombia, heard a lot of Spanish and said hello to a lot of people. And he, as an immigrant from Mumbai, heard Hindi, Bengali, and Jugati, if I said it properly. We were immediately struck by the multicultural nature of the community, and we think that that is the first thing we'll try to celebrate. We also were struck by the fact that there was a lack of amenities and common space. No pool, no tot lots, nothing for children, insufficient bike storage, and we recognized that the property had been built in phases over many, many years. But we want to create places in which people can gather. We want to bring amenities in which people could enjoy. We also want to create a sense of pride in the community. For that, we'll spill out to the schools and the businesses on Columbia Pike. Next slide, please. To get to a positive place, we need to provide housing stability for the current residents. We need to be a beacon for nonprofits and service providers who can help the current residents. We also need to preserve and restore and elevate the longstanding neighborhood with contemporary spaces and amenity that honor the past and build for the future. But the most important thing, there'll be no displacement. Next slide, please. So the immediate opportunities. As I mentioned, we're going to celebrate the multicultural community that exists at Barcroft. We're going to introduce new property management. We're going to introduce new resident services. Sample programs include modules such as health and wellness, financial literacy, child and family education, and language programs. We're going to ensure that all the residents are approached in the languages that they know, and we'll make sure the residents are part of the planning that will happen over the next year, as mentioned earlier, as we develop a master financing and development plan. But most importantly, as mentioned, we have several $1 million to address immediate needs before the comprehensive plan moves forward. Next slide, please. The long-term opportunities, as we will work on this for at least a decade, we will make sure that there will be improvements, but all the residents will remain. There'll be new amenities, and we'll create landing zones for nonprofits and other organizations to engage with the residents. We think this is vital. But we have these preliminary ideas, but we will also make sure that we're listening to the community at the Barcroft apartment complex, as well as the surrounding community, to ensure that we are creating the proper tapestry that is appropriate for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Resident services and property management are going to be a key. We'll have 2 full-time resident service coordinators to make sure that we have real connectivity on a daily basis with the residents. They will report directly to our asset managers, and we'll make sure that the resident service program is up and running as quickly as possible. We'll then listen to the community and make sure that we have tailored programs that are what people want, not just what we think they want. We'll create linkages to nonprofits and other government entities to make sure the residents have the services that they're looking for. And then we'll also include inclusive hiring practices to make sure vendors and contractors know that there may be talent in the community and on the property. By reaching out to those community members, there's a sense of pride that will happen if people are able to be involved with many of the aspects of the redevelopment or the operations of the community. Next slide, please. The most important thing, if there's anything to remember, is our commitment to both the Barcroft residents and the Arlington community. We have a proven track record of helping neighborhoods in multiple engagements, investments. For example, in Tacoma, DC, we started by building an aquatic center. Soon after, we purchased a mixed-use, mixed-income property that is the center of Tacoma neighborhood, with neighborhood serving retail, including a Busboys and Poets. But because we listened to the community, we also knew that there was a need for affordable housing that serves seniors, and we're now under construction of that. That is an example of how we work in the same neighborhood over and over again. The current residents are our priority. They will not be displaced, and they'll be part of the planning process going forward. We understand this is a big commitment for the county, and we're ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with you for the next decade to preserve this important community while building for the future. Thank you for my resilient team. I cannot end without saying a big shout out to all of them who worked tirelessly over the last 60 days, but we still have energy. We have energy to close, and we have energy to see this project forward, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. I'll note that I believe if we have questions, Ms. Buell's here with Amazon, but we will note also that we have our advisory group chairs. I believe Eric Berkey, I think I saw, and I think Mr. Tim are available. Eric Berkey is our Housing Commission chair, and David Tim is our Tenant Landlord chair. Mr. Kushner, are there any public speakers on this item?
There are. If you just give me just a moment.
Sure. While you're getting set, is there a representative from the Planning Commission on the line in case we have questions? And that may require unmuting and multitasking, but I see Mr. Weir.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I'm here. The Planning Commission hasn't acted on this or been briefed, but of course I am happy to answer any questions to the extent that I'm able to.
Thanks very much, Mr. Weir. Appreciate it. And now to speakers, Mr. Kushner.
Of course, our first speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Daniel Weir.
Ms. Clement.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Ms. Clement.
Okay. I'm Audrey Clement. I'm from Westover. Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. The Barcroft deal is amazing for its lack of transparency. The county has announced that it's taking out a $150 million loan to facilitate until tonight an unnamed buyer's purchase of 1,300 market rate units on South George Mason Drive. The agenda item for the project indicates that Amazon is in on the deal, but provides no information about how much financing either Amazon or the project's equity investors will supply. There is no explanation for why the developer needs so much moolah from the county to seal this deal. It is known that Amazon owner Jeff Bezos is worth $198 billion. That's billion, not million. He's not short on cash. You don't need to, evidently, you don't need to know the assessed value of the property or even the purchase price, nor do residents need to know the cost of improvements to the property. All you need to know, according to a flyer the county has distributed, is that 1,300 market rate units will be kept affordable for 99 years and no one will be evicted. Since the project comports with the county's housing goals, there is no need to perform a fiscal impact analysis justifying the expense to county taxpayers. If county leaders don't need any additional information to make an informed decision, you and I certainly do not. I'm all for affordable, privately owned market rate housing. In fact, I live in one of the few affordable garden apartments remaining in Westover, and I can attest to both its affordability and convenience. But the loan we're talking about is more than 10% of the county's annual operating budget. Surely the taxpayers who are financing this 35-year loan are entitled to know that the investment is both prudent and necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Clement. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Daniel Weir, followed by Marjorie Green.
Mr. Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the county board. So for the record, Daniel Weir, I want to disclaim that I wear a couple of hats that are adjacent to this project. I'm the incoming chair of the Planning Commissioner and the vice president of the Barcroft School and Civic League. And the only reason I'm mentioning that is so that the record can reflect that I am speaking on behalf of neither of those entities right now. So that said, in my individual capacity, I think that this is quite possibly one of the deals of the century for Arlington. It is a fantastic opportunity to take a complete and holistic and comprehensive look at one of the areas upon which the entirety of the neighborhood form-based code and commercial form-based code turns in its success or failure. I can't say enough good things about what we've learned about this project so far. We've got a lot of work to do. Let's get the deal closed and let's get to work. That's it. That's the comment. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Mr. Weir. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Marjorie Green, followed by Jane Green.
Ms. Green. Hang on just a second. Can you turn on the mic?
Oh, sorry.
You could raise a little bit. On the right, there's a button. Perfect.
I never thought I was so short. Thank you. I'm Marjorie Green, one of the Arlington leaders and Voice Virginians Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement. This project is still new to us. We're still digesting it, but I think it's safe to say that we see that this initiative represents a significant attempt on the part of the county to address the housing crisis, housing affordability crisis in Arlington, and it most definitely is a crisis, particularly for low-income people and people of color. Since Voice's founding in 2008, we have heard from Arlington residents, a cross-section in fact, that housing affordability is one of the most significant challenges they face. We hear this every day in conversations and listening sessions. We welcome the recognition implicit in this move that the county sees housing affordability as indeed a crisis. And we welcome the commitment reflected here to preserving the diversity of our county, the diversity that we all prize. For years, Voices urged the county to be proactive on housing affordability, to move swiftly when necessary, to be innovative. The county has done all of that here. Of note, the project will provide a significant number of badly needed family-sized units, and we have learned, particularly from our experience at the Serrano, how very much in need of those units we are. Speaking of the Serrano and turning to the tenant protections here, we're glad to see those. We have learned that they are absolutely critical, and we urge the county to monitor developments as this process unfolds and ensure that those tenant protections indeed are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Jane Green, followed by David McTaggart.
No relation. Hello, my name is Jane Green. I am here to applaud the county board and all of the county staff members and the private sector staff members who have been involved in this incredible project coming together. Well, not project, but proposal coming together so quickly. I can't even imagine what was going on behind the scenes as some of us in the housing advocacy community had heard that this sale was pending and were really concerned about what the future would hold for the property and most importantly for the residents there. So to see this as the hopeful first step in a forward-moving process are so pleased. I think the highlight of this is the decision to prioritize our neighbors who are living at Barcroft currently and those who are because they are part of what makes Arlington a diverse and vibrant community. So emphasizing that there will be no displacement, that rent will be stabilized for the first year and then grow 3% annually. God, if only my rent was only 3%, I would be very happy. So I think the 60% AMI up to 60% AMI is really promising and look forward to ways that we can expand to have a portion of that be for even lower. And I just look forward to the public engagement process around the master financing and development plan, which will be really exciting. It seems like from the presentation here, we have an excellent partner in this that has a great reputation. And so there's a great opportunity to maximize what this property can be for both the current residents, the future residents, and all of Arlington. I appreciated that the housing director said that there will be trade-offs. Money doesn't grow on trees, and we have to be honest about that, but I can't imagine there would be anything that would be worth this trade-off. So thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is David McTaggart, followed by Nicole Merlin.
Good evening. My name is David McTaggart, and I representing Voice, Virginia Unions Organized for Interfaith Community Engagement, but also I speak as a resident of South Arlington. I live in the neighboring Barcroft community. I've lived there with my wife since 1997. Indeed, when we were first arrived in Arlington County and were looking for a place to live, the diversity, the racial, ethnic diversity of South Arlington was particularly meaningful to us, and for the 24 intervening years, we've been certainly blessed to have this, to be living in part of that community ourselves. Specifically, the Barcroft community, the subject of this project, I applaud. It's wonderful. And speaking from my experience of these Barcroft residents as my neighbors, great neighbors, good people, and I just applaud that they will have the opportunity to continue living in my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Nicole Merlin, followed by Saul Reyes.
Ms. Merlin. Are you there virtually? Ms. Merline?
You may need to dial *6 if you're joining by phone.
Ms. Merline? We can go on to the next speaker, and Ms. Merline will let you work with Mr. Kushner, and we'll see if we can work that out. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Saul Reyes, followed by James Hers.
Mr. Reyes.
Good evening, everyone. County Board Chair DeFranti, County Board members, and County Manager. I have to look for you. In the midst of everything that the community has gone through and people here in Arlington, there's good news specifically for the Barcroft residents. Displacement at this time would have been detrimental, catastrophic. I applaud the county for the work to preserve this community and the property. Thank God this did not result in another Ardna Valley, for those who are familiar with that, where rush decisions were made. And I just want to say that we as Bugatti do not approve of the behind-the-scenes types of deals. I don't think that the circumstances will repeat themselves, and this will be, we wouldn't want it to be set a precedent. This instance is resulting in the preservation of something similar to Buckingham Gardens, right? However, in that case, the deal was open with an RFP and resident participation on the front end and through the planning process, not at the back end. And I can't stress enough the importance of having the residents take part of the decision making. So for this project, our Barcroft, to be successful, the new owner needs to ramp up communication with the community, including the community in the decision making. We cannot hope and wait, so we urge the county to be proactive. It is key and essential and very important, and there needs to be a total and complete survey done of existing tenants as of right now, December 2021, to include rent, family size, ethnic, racial background, income, etc., all the needs in the community. Many residents can afford to pay the higher rents and have chosen to live at Barcroft, but also there may be overcrowding. And so there needs to be an ironclad agreement that nobody will be evicted because of overcrowding. Eventually, relocation plan will be needed, and we need to think about who will do that. Who will manage the property as well? Will they accept new tenants when there's vacancies, and what guarantees there'll be, and what criteria will be for hiring a management company? The new owner seems to be very neighbor-friendly, but want to ensure it and urge the county to ensure that there's quality renovations and quality management that is respectful of residents, as we've experienced over the last couple of years. So this is very important that there is good customer service, good service to residents as well. So with that, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. I see Ms. Merline has joined us. Ms. Merline.
Hi, good evening. Pardon. Apologies for my tardiness. The CivFed meeting is now at the same time as your meeting. So I came to just briefly add my support to the decision to provide this loan on the property. I think the logistics of how this is executed will be important, and look forward to engaging with you all on that. But for the time being, from what I understand, the immediacy of executing this deal is paramount, and I want you all to know that people from all ranges of the county, from fiscal conservatives to people that are extremely into the affordable housing advocacy world that I like to affiliate myself with, have spoken to me privately in support of this deal. This is the largest affordable housing complex in the county, and without your support, I am confident that this wouldn't continue. And I think that the logistics on this 99-year guarantee for affordability will be interesting to play out. But I hope that there are some sort of I don't want to call them clawbacks, but there is a plan to ensure that that longevity is held, because that can be touchy with, a certain type of buyer. So all of that to say, thank you for figuring this out. I know a lot of people were very nervous about it, and I just wanted to thank you for your leadership on this, because as a by right development, this was not a guaranteed outcome. And so for all the staff that helped make this happen and for all of your leadership on the board, I just wanted to thank you. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Merline. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is James Hurres, followed by Martha Bosman.
Mr. Hurres, are you there virtually? Mr. Hurres.
That's *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Mr. Hurres.
This is a major upsizing of the affordable housing deals the county board has approved over the past several years as part of the county board's decades-long addiction to new urbanism, also known as suburban renewal, also known as infill elitist growth for the sake of growth gentrification. Renovated Barcroft apartments would largely be tech force housing for Amazon employees. Low-wage employees who work on the Pike could not afford to live in renovated Barcroft. 60% of AMI in 2021 amounts to $37 per hour. The real estate trust that would own Barcroft Apartments creates vibrant Clarendon-style upscale redevelopment in D.C. and elsewhere per its own website, and that's ubiquitous on its website. That would be a Barcroft Apartments future, similar to your Clarendonization plan for Langston Boulevard. The workforce has already been gentrified out of the Pike corridor via the form-based code, and so have essential amenities which are being replaced by boutique retail and expensive personal services. Significantly more vehicles would use the Pike so their owners could commute to actually affordable housing from places of employment far from the Pike. Even more Pike residents would drive to the Route 7 corridor in Fairfax County for essential products and services. Democracy in Arlington has deteriorated to the point where county board refuses to share basic information about this deal with taxpayers and citizens groups, e.g. the CIVFED's Revenue and Expenditures Committee. This is what we get from 40 years of one-party government, where plutocrat elitists who govern us, Mr. De Ferrante, and their media facilitators and their corporate and nonprofit cronies live in upscale suburban enclaves and hugely profit from making every older middle-class neighborhood in Arlington a redevelopment opportunity. New urbanism is nothing but urban renewal, gentrification of urban neighborhoods during the 1960s, exported to older neighborhoods between 1990 and today. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hurres. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Martha Bosman, followed by Julia Spain.
Ms. Bosman.
Thank you. Good evening. I am Martha Bosman, and I am here tonight as the Interim Executive Director for the Alliance for Housing Solutions to say thank you for your vision. Congratulations on all the work so far and the work to come. And since AHS educates and advocates for affordable housing, we're really excited to see this happening. Thank you so much for making it happen. We've heard about all the protections that are going to be taken and put in place for residents, and we appreciate that very much. And it's just a thrilling opportunity. So thank you for what you're doing, and we look forward to being a part in whatever way in the engagement of all the various communities and stakeholders as the long range is planned here and as the short range happens. Thank you again. So.
Thank you, Ms. Bosman. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Julia Spain, followed by John Snyder.
Mr. Spain.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and to County Manager. I had to change up my notes because I heard a lot of great things here tonight about the future of Barcroft. And, you know, the NAACP only plays a small role in some of the things we do here in the community, but housing, as you're innately aware of, is one of them. And as we look and study housing conditions and a host of other things, I'm happy to hear that displacement will not occur to some of our most vulnerable residents in our community. But I am a bit concerned as a leader that the public policy decision-making process was kind of made public 24 48 hours prior to tonight. And that gives a lot of leaders perhaps some pause, but I also understand the sensitivity surrounding the decision-making process. There's two things, and I had to shorten up this speech a little bit, my comments, because I did hear some good things today. And I spoke with Ann earlier, so thank you, Ann, you're a great partner. There's a few things the NAACP wants to know, would like to know. Would you, the county, commit that the Arlington relocation guidelines and access to the tenant assistance fund be used to assist tenants during any future redevelopment? And the next thing we need to know, and numbers are important, data is important. You know, we have about 1,300 units over there right now, right? But we also know of those 1,300 units, you're talking about perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 actual people, right? Some are kind of doubled up in some of these houses. So we would like to know the hard number, the real number of who these individuals are in and around, in Barcroft particularly. Because that's important for us to monitor. And I'll just say this, you know, I've been in Arlington since 2009, and the numbers don't lie, y'all. You know, Arlington, the demographics at least, we've experienced tremendous demographic transformation over the years. This right here is going to be a challenge. The NAACP will be here as a partner to help you along the way. But I just hope and pray, you know, at the end of the day, we're able to retain these current residents in these projects because, you know, people that come here to Arlington want to come here and call it home. And we need to do everything in our power to help aid and assist them along the way. So with that, again, my remarks are quite short tonight. Perhaps I should have called in on Teams, but appreciate everything you're doing here. I know it's difficult. Some of us knew about this decision, what was going on a couple weeks ago, but sometimes you have to let the process run its course. And we look forward, again, to the engagement. And if you need the NAACP for anything, we're here to support you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Next speaker.
Our next and final speaker is John Snyder.
Mr. Snyder.
Good evening. My name is John Snyder.
You want to just, there's a button on the right. If you could lift up the podium just a little bit, that'll help us. And I think your mic is off. There you go.
We're on? Great.
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is John Snyder. I am chairman of the board of the Columbia Pike Partnership, the organization formerly known as the Columbia Pike Revitalization Organization, or CPRO. I am very happy to be here tonight under these circumstances because we've been looking forward to this day, not quite like this day, but with dread for literally 20 years. Because in all the different development scenarios and all the planning that's been done, one of the primary focuses was avoid displacement. And to date, the Pike community and the county have been very successful in that regard. Instead of displacing with new development, we've actually added over 500 new affordable units in new projects, which is pretty remarkable. There's also about 200 that are being preserved before this deal came along. But in all of these, we were wondering what's going to happen when Barcroft decides to redevelop. What are we going to do? We heard about Arna Valley earlier tonight. We don't want to repeat that experience. This development is twice as big as Arna Valley, so it's twice as important. One of the core values of our organization and everybody on the Pike has been we want to keep our neighbors in the neighborhood. It's really simple, but that's what a neighborhood is about, the neighbors, and we want people to stay. One of our favorite books is Living Diversity, which is the photo collection of the Pike documentary project. And it's really important because the idea is we want that book to be about what the Pike is like, not what it used to be like, right? And now with this action, that's going to be happening. There's still going to be change, but the biggest part of this change is not going to happen, and our residents are going to remain in the same place. Now, a lot of this is through the form-based code. The original one didn't cover residential properties, so no one would be displaced. The neighborhoods plan was built exactly for this issue. And the neighborhoods plan, as I'm sure the board is aware, allows for redevelopment that will help make this transaction, the whole transaction, economically feasible. And that's one of the legacies of the planning process that we've been through. Going forward, tonight is really, we celebrate the opportunity to get to start. With the county helping with this acquisition, we get to start the real planning process on exactly where the building is going to be. What are they going to look like? How's the conservation area going to work? And as part of that, and a first step that I probably should have taken earlier, Mr. Lynch, welcome to the neighborhood. We're really glad you're here. And we're really glad for everything that the county has done, that the county staff has done, that Amazon is doing by contributing to this, and that everyone is doing to make this work going forward. It has a tremendous opportunity for success, and I want to let you know that the Columbia Pike Partnership is going to be here to help in any way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. With that, the discussion is now with the board. Colleagues, number of areas, I think we'll do at least one, perhaps two rounds of questions on this. First, where I'd like to see if we can, our speakers have raised a number of issues. There's the financing component. I'll just lay out two or three, and then you can choose, but I'll start with three areas that I'd just like to highlight. There's the financing component. There's the development plan, year 1 and years 2 through 10, perhaps longer. And then there's, for me, I'll start with the housing protection provisions. And just because a couple of speakers mentioned that. So I think that this question is probably for Ms. Venezia and Mr. Schwartz, but also there'll be a question, I think, probably for Ms. Kaur as well, and perhaps Mr. Lynch too, but I'll start with Ms. Venezia and Mr. Schwartz. It concerns the protections that we've thought about and conceptualized on making sure that we're at the start. We have, as I understand it, we have some knowledge of these units, but there's much more that needs to be done to figure out the condition of the 1,334 units. So I believe it's page 27. There's a couple of protections that are put into, this is of the County Acquisition Fund loan agreement. Right in that area, there's some protections with respect to on-site inspections. And I wondered if you could speak, probably for you to start, Ms. Venezia, to the protections to make sure that the conditions we've put into these documents, protections for the conditions of the units. And there may be other provisions, but probably at the conceptual level first, can you speak a little bit to what we've done to, as we learn more about the units, to make sure that the county's investment is protected so that we're taking care of our residents as the interiors of the units before the development occurs?
Sure, yes, I'm happy to speak to that. So we are committed, not only at Barcroft, but really all of our projects, to making sure that residents are afforded quality and dignified housing. And so what will happen following closing, when we have a better idea of what the unit conditions are, we will be working very closely with the new owner to see if there are any immediate needs that need to be addressed. As I mentioned during the presentation, there are funds that will be set aside in order to help with immediate needs and also just in general capital expenditures that are needed in advance of these longer-term tax credit deals that may be coming online again over the next 5 to 10 years or so. And so what we'll be doing is, and I think Mr. Spain referenced this as well, we will be providing oversight during that time. So we'll be receiving copies of the reports that specify what the unit conditions are. We do have a compliance team that will be following up to ensure if there are immediate repairs, that those are done to the standards that we would expect. And again, really working again very closely alongside the owner and the new property manager, just to make sure that residents are receiving the services that we would expect and also that they're living in the unit conditions that we would expect.
Great, thank you. And maybe I'll ask, and I'm sure Ms. Crystal, just one or two more follow-ups, and then to you on this, and colleagues, if you want to jump in. I guess it would be to our county attorney first, or Mr. Schwartz. It's sort of, have I tracked to the right provision in page 27? Is that on-site inspections? The way I read it, that's perhaps one of the stronger protections that we have with respect to tenant conditions. I could be incorrect, but I wondered if you could speak at all to this, probably Ms. Kaur and maybe Mr. Schwartz in addition, if there's and that may be a level of detail that you need a few minutes, but go ahead, Ms. Kaur.
There are several provisions that talk about the on-site condition. Inspections is one of them, but we're also holding the new owner to certain standards. That's in 505, relating to property condition in the loan document. It requires normal and routine maintenance. It requires adherence to Chapter 29 of the Housing Standards Ordinance. It requires adherence to the maintenance code and also to the housing quality standards of Section 8. And so I don't know how I would characterize it as far as which one is stronger, but I will say that there are numerous provisions in here that talk about the condition of the property in our attempt to make sure, as Ms. Venezia said, the residents are taken care of in that way.
Thank you for fielding my general question and referring to it broadly. Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Schwartz?
And perhaps Ms. Venezia wants to go into further detail, but you did make reference, there was reference in the documents to needing approval for a tenant relocation plan that comes through, that would come through me, and also we're working with, and Ms. Venezia could talk a little bit, or maybe Mr. Lynch, about the information right now in the process of getting a census done as to actually who is there and what the units are like, but that might be better coming from Mr. Lynch.
Start with Mr. Lynch and then Ms. Venezia if you have to add. Mr. Lynch.
I think this is a great question, and we're very pleased with the work that we've done with the county in terms of negotiating not only the terms, but some of these protections. These protections are supported by, like we indicated, over $10 million for immediate repairs, and that is part of the business deal. There's also vacancy at the property, like there is in any, and we will utilize that vacancy to make sure if there's any units that are substandard, that we'll immediately be able to move a family to another unit on property or on site. So we will utilize vacancy as a means to be able to take care of any immediate issues, as well as use vacancy through the comprehensive renovations when they happen in the phases in the coming years.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Anything to add, Ms. Venezia, or does that cover it?
The only other thing that I'll add is that we have had conversations already with Mr. Lynch and his team about these future phase projects that we're referencing, that they would be abiding by the county's approved tenant relocation guidelines. And the process that goes along with that. And so we will be, working closely with them to ensure that they are following those guidelines that you all have approved. And again, going through the process that we would expect, which does include review by our Tenant Landlord Commission and ultimately sign off by Mr. Schwartz and me as well. So just wanted to let folks know that too.
Thanks to each of you. Start with Ms. Crystal, and will colleagues certainly join in.
Well, thank you so much. And I'm so glad that line of inquiry could tease out a couple of what I think are really important conditions, right? The $10 million included as part of the acquisition, as well as the currently vacant units. I think for those of us who are very concerned about the state of these, I had been in the habit of calling them post-war apartments. It sounds like some of them were constructed during war even. So perhaps even a couple years older than we had thought. So recognizing that there are some kind of infrastructure available to help support tenants as maybe necessary repairs are done on their units, I think is really reassuring. One of the other lenses through which I'm looking at this potential, the magnitude of the need that may arise once, God willing, the sale of the property and transfer to the new owner is complete. Thinking about, I think it was teed up in a couple of our speakers, Mr. Reyes, for example, talked about the overcrowding at the units, which we're aware of. And I wondered, Ms. Venezia, it might make sense to start with you. I also think we maybe had some representatives of DHS on the line with us as well. I know you all have worked very closely together in context of the Serrano and really just the pandemic in general to think about the kind of interplay of eviction prevention and human services needs, as well as housing quality. Is there anything else that you would add to round out that picture? To give some confidence that for the tenants who may take some reassurance of knowing that their rent will not go up, but maybe are concerned about a crowding situation or whether they'll be taken care of when the sort of more attention is brought to the current condition of the units.
Sure, yes, I'm happy to kick this off, and then I'm going to phone a friend and have our DHS colleague round out anything that I share here. So I think the first thing that is so important is we have to get a better idea of who is actually living at the property. We have a sense of some situations that may be going on, but we don't really know for sure. And so I think first and foremost, we really do need to get more information about the residents who are living at the property now. And we'll be working very closely, of course, with the new owner. We also have a number of wonderful resident advocates that work very closely with a lot of the residents in that community already. So we will be, just trying to get a better idea of what's going on first and foremost. And then I think, as Mr. Lynch referenced, there are vacant units available at the property. I think if there are opportunities to provide existing households more space, if they need additional units to accommodate their households while still living on property, there may be opportunities to do that. And this is the moment when I'm going to phone a friend and have Ms. Hammond-Perez, who's online with us tonight, say a little more about some of the services that we could provide to residents once we know more about their needs.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann. Yes, so we know currently that there are 33 housing grant clients at Barcroft. We don't have any PSH or Housing Choice Voucher clients there. But that being said, we are providing millions of dollars of assistance to residents in need who are not able to pay their rent. And so we are committed to continuing to do so for any and all residents who need assistance. And we will continue to do so. They can call 703-228-1300, and we will help them pay their rents. And if they're having any issues with doing so, then we will work with them on those wraparound supports. We also have the Arlington Employment Center that will work with individuals who are looking to find a job. And as we've been talking about overcrowded apartments, we'll work with individuals there as well on any and all wraparound supports.
Thank you both. I really appreciate that insight and perspective.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Over to Ms. Garvey.
All right, thank you. I think I'll just pursue this a little bit. I think a lot of people listening are wondering, they don't know who's in there, why don't they? And I think we're probably going to find some difficult conditions in some of these apartments, and I think people are going to say, how did Arlington County let that happen? So I think there's some very good legal reasons why that might be the case, and I just wonder if I don't know if it's Ms. Venezia or Ms. Kaur might talk a little bit about what restrictions we have on going into Barcroft, or we have had, going into Barcroft apartments, and why it is we don't have such a good idea of what's there exactly. Or maybe it's Mr. Lynch. I don't know. I know it's going to change. That's my understanding. But
Well, there's a couple things to consider. When we buy assets across the region, you'll have varying levels of information that may come from private owners who don't have any public dollars or don't have any existing government programs that are embedded in the property. If this was an existing LIHTC property, the files would be very deep for each resident because they'd have not only income qualification, but also annual certifications. This property does not have that because it has none of these government programs. And so what we need to do as we walk into the new phase is to earn the trust of the residents, be able to get information from them, and be able to understand not only their economic status, but also the amount of residents that are in each unit. It's a private transaction that has been run by a private company, and therefore there's less information than you'd find if you were buying an asset that had all these other government programs as part of it.
thank you. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything. I mean, I think I know the answer sort of to the question, which you certainly gave, but other people might not understand because it was owned by a private owner. We didn't have the right to go in and look at the units. We didn't. And so we've really had very little ability to say anything much at all about what goes there because it's private property. And now that we're having this relationship with you, Mr. Lynch, we will have a lot more right. And I think we also have someone who wants to make it work, which is a huge difference, and really appreciate that. I just wanted to kind of get that out there because I think there may be some misunderstanding in the community about what we can and can't do, and actually how good this is going to be for us. So, and the residents, for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. It is privately owned, and so that is the rationale that we need to make sure that our community understands, and we have steps that are coming in the ensuing days and weeks. Mr. Carantonis, then Mr. Dorsey, if that can work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for the presentations today and for the very, very hard work. We will get back to thank you again about that. I think we cannot thank you enough for this. I have a question that is related to the protections and to the transition regime over the next year. So part of the idea is that there are rents that are under 60% AMI right now. The idea is that with the present deal, these rents will be frozen for the next year, so there won't be any increases. And then after that, the rents that will have to increase towards the 60% AMI, if they are today below that, they will only be capped in their increase every year 3%. Is that correct? Do I understand it correctly?
Yes, that's correct. So the annual increase will be 3% up to that 60% of area median income rent limit.
Okay. And in the meanwhile, the support, the rental support, and the support that we have been and we continue to provide as eviction protection, et cetera, it will be funded from the funds that we have already earmarked for that and are already in place. Correct?
That is also correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Dorsey, you may have had your light on already. My apologies. Go to it.
Oh, that's all right. I just want to follow up on the line of conversation that Ms. Garvey had, and just a plea, less so than a question. Given the fact that for 80 years, Barcroft has been operated as a private concern without involvement with government programs for its tenants, there's not going to be, for anybody who lives there, any sort of experience or history with people telling you, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. So given what may be a reluctance within a community that may be dealing with immigration status and other issues, given that the prospective buyer has not actually taken title to the property yet, is that right, Mr. Lynch? so has not had an opportunity to fully exercise due diligence as to the condition of the property and to establish any sort of plan, let alone long-term, but certainly not even an immediate plan for exactly what he is going to do. I just issue a plea for everyone to let him do his work before we all descend with our demands, desires, and requests for doing this, that, or the other thing. If he's going to do it right, he's going to need to be able to take stock, and we're going to need to be able to support him on that. And the best we can all do is to give a reasonable amount of time for that to occur. And so I guess I will back into a question. What would you think is a reasonable amount of time for you to fully take stock of conditions there before you will be open and receptive to the collaborative spirit of Arlingtonians asking you to do stuff?
In days, minutes, and hours? No, no.
Well, first of all, the suggestions today about taking good surveys of existing, suggestions of understanding the community, all are right in line with what we're doing. So we're very happy to see that there's alignment. You're absolutely right, though. We will have to be careful, and we will have to introduce ourselves. And as you know, walking into someone's home, the first thing you need to do is bear a gift, which is one of the reasons the rent is going to be frozen in 22, to hopefully that opens up a conversation. We're going to have to meet formally and informally with each one of the residents. So it is going to take months as we go through. Many of the leases, believe this is public knowledge, is on a month-to-month lease, and we need to make sure that those transitions are smooth and people are very comfortable with those transitions. But it's going to take several months, and so we have indicated with the county that we would work through this master finance and development plan over the next 12 months through the end of 22, and that's primarily because we have to spend several months, gain that trust, get information, and then be able to create a plan in which we can protect the existing residents that are there.
All right, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. Clearly, you're accountable from the date that you buy it, but I think we can all create some grace to allow the better part of the year to figure out things that I know a lot of people want answers to today. Thank you.
Thank you. And that sort of moves us to what we can say about, without rushing too much, but my impression is both there's description of 10 years as in the staff plan, and I wonder, I guess it's for Mr. Lynch, but also a little bit for Ms. Venezia. With a property this size, you would anticipate phases to the development, and don't know if you, in your experience, if there's any, it's premature probably to say how many phases. I also know there's a commercial component that's separately financed. Are you able to speak at all to kind of the process that you've gone through in other jurisdictions and your development team's kind of approach to developing those phases? And then probably I'll ask you, Ms. Venezia, a little bit about, or Mr. Schwartz, about the CPHD planning and that would take, if you were able to describe a little bit of our process that will apply. But first to Mr. Lynch on, what do you envision on the phasing a little bit, keeping in mind, we don't want to go past Mr. Dorsey's good points and your points.
Right. Well, first, this is a single apartment community, but as indicated earlier, it was built in many different phases. I believe there are 9 sections currently described by the current owner. There are approximately 8 to 10 phases that were built. And so one of the things that we found remarkable is that if they put this community together through 8 or 9 or 10 phases, we may be able to pull it apart and renovate in the same fashion. One of the interesting characteristics that I've noticed when I've walked out there is that there are 11 fairly large chimneys that are on the property. I find them very intriguing. They could be a great wayfinding opportunity, but they represent the 11 boilers and boiler rooms that are on the property. So where you've gone into other complexes and you want to turn the water off or turn the heat off and you affect everyone, we may be isolating those effects to a specific section or phase. That will be our natural tendency to try to replicate that. We also have the existing neighborhood plan and others that are concentrated up near Columbia Pike. those do split some of the sections, and so we'll have to be very careful about how we break those down. But we do see that there's probably 5 to 7 different phases to be able to achieve the scale, the responsiveness, and also balance the number of vacant units that are on the property so that we can have relocation happen on site.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And I guess to Ms. Venezia, Mr. Schwartz, it's a little bit of, to some extent, in the documents, it's laid out that the preservation of affordable housing, some people could think would just mean keeping it exactly the same, which preservation for units from 1939 to 53 is eventually they'll run out. So can you speak a little bit to the development process? And I guess each of those phases would be an opportunity where CPHD would engage, as with the housing division, at least if I understand correctly.
Sure, yes. And so I think a couple of things to comment on there. As Mr. Lynch described, we do have the neighborhoods area plan and conservation areas that are already in effect. The Barcroft community already exists within those. And so just to speak first to that, I think this master financing and development plan that we mentioned, we at the start really want to work within the planning that the community spent years and years already being thoughtful about and thinking about. And so I think we want to try to work primarily within that existing context. And then if we were to deviate from that because there's a really good opportunity to do something different, there would be, of course, extensive community engagement around anything that deviates from that. So again, just to set the stage there on that piece. And then in terms of how we might phase things over time, again, as Mr. Lynch said, and as we mentioned earlier, we really do want to be thoughtful about how we bring different units on at different points in time. We've talked about renovation and we've talked about redevelopment within the conservation areas of the site, which encompasses about 1,100 units, which is the bulk of the units that are at the property. We really want to lead with an opportunity and an eye to rehab and preservation. So trying to preserve is to the extent we can what's there, unless there really is just no feasible way to do that. So we want to keep options open. But again, we want to lead with how can we try to preserve those portions of the site. And then meanwhile, up at the northern parts of the parcel or of the site, closer to the Columbia Pike frontage, that's where you have some more opportunities, and Mr. Snyder referenced this as well, where you really can try to leverage additional density. You can try to, through that, potentially leverage additional sources. That's where we might have some opportunities to do some more mixed income development. That, at the start, again, where we're thinking today on December 14th, is where we might be able to do more of the redevelopment type of pattern. Now, again, all of this would need to go through this process that we want to do next year, and we need to know more about the unit conditions and the building conditions, the residents living there, all of those different things we've been talking about. But again, just to kind of lay the context, we do want to be mindful of what the neighborhoods area plan has already laid out for the property and see what we can do within that in terms of opportunities.
Thank you very much, Ms. Venezia. I don't know, anything to add, Mr. Schwartz? And we'll go to colleagues.
The only thing I wanted to mention, and I can't put a definite time frame on it. As you're aware, we're doing improvements along Columbia Pike with the multimodal project, and the area right in front of Columbia, that Columbia Pike area, over the next few years, depending on how we are working on getting easements, there will be significant county investment along that part of the pike to make that similar to the other parts of the pike we've worked on. So it will not just be over the next 5 years that we'll be working internally to that site with Mr. Lynch, but the county will also have significant investments we'll be making along the pike and improvements. So this will be offer many opportunities for many county staff to be engaged.
Full employment for CPHD. So, yes, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. this is just the planning opportunity is tremendously exciting. I really associate myself with that, and I think Mr. Snyder's comments too really indicated for those who helped author and put fingerprints on the form-based code, and then ultimately the neighborhoods plan, and for those of us who are just fortunate enough to live in the neighborhood, the opportunity to really think comprehensively, not only with Mr. Lynch's vision of that mix of amenities and programming that really supports housing as a launch pad to opportunity, I think as you described, but also as our manager was indicating, that the significant investments in public works that the county is making, to say nothing of everything that we have learned in the years since, from biophilic design and so on. So I'm trying to, that is the sort of thing we get incredibly excited about, and it is very much in the future, but I can't help but be thrilled to talk about it. One of the things I did want to ask, sort of similar, right? We've talked about the next step if the sale is completed, being both the master planning effort, but also the master finance restructure, or the master financing deal. And I wondered, certainly like planning, so many of those specifics would be to be understood in the future. But I do think, for most of us, we're probably most familiar when it comes to loans with affordable housing with sort of the residual receipts model, right? We make a loan from our AHIF, we get paid back out of residual receipts. And you were indicating, Ms. Venezia, in your presentation about, the estimates that we're making about our debt service assume some restructuring of debt, recognizing how much is still to be determined. Can you just help us understand a little more the potential for this to differ from a kind of more straightforward AHIF loan paid back through residual receipts type of arrangement with which we're more familiar?
Yes, and so I think really one of the opportunities that may arise through these future deals is as we're able to introduce additional sources into the projects. So for instance, one of the sources that we'll be able to introduce as renovation and redevelopment are both considered is tax credits. That's a tool that we use on many of our projects in Arlington. The difference, I think, in this situation is that if and when tax credit equity comes in to help with some of the phasing and some of the redevelopment and renovation of the projects, typically in most of our other projects, the county then comes in as the sole gap financer on the back end. So all the other sources are considered, and then the county fund loan is the final source. In this particular situation, we are very fortunate that Amazon has come in to share that gap. And so in a typical deal where the county might have to put in the full amount of that gap, we would, in this situation, have an opportunity to share that gap with another financing partner that would also be subordinate. And so that, I think, is probably the most tremendous opportunity. But also, too, in addition to tax credits, I think what we want to do next year during this planning process is really look at the full breadth of opportunities for resources that could be brought into the project, not just for affordable housing, but really for all the different aspects of the parcel. And so that's one of the things that we want to explore with Mr. Lynch. And I see him nodding, so that's a good sign, is as there are other potentially infrastructure funds or other resources that really benefit the whole of the site, the whole of the parcel, could there be offsets to some of the costs on the affordable pieces as well? And so that's one of the things we want to think really creatively. Again, think outside of our affordable housing box. So I'll be leaning a lot on our other partners within the county and outside of the county so that we're looking beyond our usual tools to really see what else is out there. But even if none of that comes to fruition, the fact that we'll have another gap financing partner, which is Amazon, helping us share in what gap remains is really tremendous and cannot be understated in this case.
Thank you, Ms. Venezia. And I think we're getting towards the place of a motion. We'll go to Mr. Carantonis and then Mr. Dorsey. We do still have, I appreciate the patience of everyone in the room. Some of these items feel it wise to just spell out a little bit in our discussion, even though many will be aware of this. But Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief. It's not a small detail. It's outside the contract. The financing part. It's about the little commercial strip where very cherished retail, neighborhood retail is residing. It is also affordable retail. So, can you tell us something at all about your plans about that, Mr. Lynch?
The commercial components are very interesting at this location. There's actually 2,500 linear feet along Columbia Pike with 5 signalized intersections. And while you have certain components that help a healthy neighborhood, like a grocery store across the street, primary care, there's also plenty of gems of small local retail that are along the Pike. And we've worked in corridors like the U Street corridor in DC, the H Street corridor, and we've always found that the local gems are the vibrancy that comes with any retail programming. And so we spend a lot of time thinking about the mix between local programming and national. And so we are very excited about the opportunity to make sure that the existing retailers and other retailers that are incubating somewhere out there on the Pike, that we can bring them to this location, because we think there's a great opportunity to create a tremendous node or a hub along the Pike, as we'll be able to develop at least 2 corners on the main intersection. And I think that in itself will really bring excitement and vibrancy that will spill into the other residential components of the project.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Dorsey, I think we may be moving towards a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I offer this motion not to stop continued discussion and debate, but I wasn't sensing any of us had any fundamental issues with the recommendation, so we might as well get that on the table and not keep all these good folks in suspense. So I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendations that are contained in 32A and B, which specifically are to allocate $150 million of loan proceeds in general fund non-departmental to the Barcroft project, which is a 1,334 unit garden apartment complex located at 1130 South George Mason Drive, and that we also approve the terms of what is the substantially final attached county acquisition fund loan documents for said $150 million loan to the 1130 South George Mason Drive Res Owner LLC, an entity affiliated with Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners. And for item 32B, that the Arlington County Board adopt the county manager's recommendation to approve the attached resolution authorizing the county to issue revenue notes to finance the acquisition of certain land, equipment, and other projects on a revolving credit basis, that we appropriate $150 million in loan proceeds to finance the Barcroft acquisition plan, and that we appropriate $0.85 million from unallocated AHIP balances to cover debt service for the remainder of the fiscal year 2022, which is approximately 6 months. And that is the recommendation contained in Board Report 32B.
Second. We got seconds, thirds, seconds. Thank you. Would you like to speak to your motion, and then we might have a little more discussion, of course.
Sure. Yeah. I'll speak to it briefly. Clearly, the manager prefaced this conversation several days ago by calling this transformative. When I was elected to the board these many years ago, I identified it to him through conversation as one of my big priorities. As Mr. Snyder mentioned before, the entire plan for Columbia Pike in terms of unit preservation and the mix entirely hinges on Barcroft. It is not workable. The math does not work if Barcroft doesn't work. So this is clearly important. And when we think about this deal, this partnership, none of us knew years ago when this property came up to be disposed of what it would look like. But from everything that we know now, this is really the realization of not only our absolute pain points and pressure points, but the realization of really a lot of our hopes and dreams. So that's something that is thrilling. And I won't conclude all of my remarks, but to say that this is a really big deal. I'm thankful for all the great words that we've had from our public. And I'll note that even some of our chief critics were working hard not to say good job. So that was very interesting. But let's continue to have conversation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I have I'll have a question, but go ahead first, Ms. Garvey.
Well, I'm actually ready sort of for concluding remarks, so why don't you do your questions and things? I don't think I have any particular questions right
Sure. Thank you. So it's really just one. We have not spoken in extensive detail on 32B, and just wanted to kind of, I think this is a general question, but it's sort of for Ms. Cowan or Mr. Freeze. Can you just describe a little bit? We have a first-year commitment of AHIF. Then we have a interest rate that proceeds for, I believe, the following 5 years, and then an interest rate that goes up if development has not proceeded. A 1% change in interest rates can mean a significant difference. Can you just sort of speak to how the 32B and that portion of it is seeking to protect financially the investment we're making? And that's a pretty general question, but if you could just sort of describe what you structured with the AHIF initially and then the 1% and the 2.5%.
So if I could speak initially, though, to the line of credit itself. So in order to secure the $150 million to contribute to this acquisition, we extended an agreement that we have subject to your approval with PNC Bank, which gave us easy access to this $150 million. And the great thing about this line of credit is that it's very flexible. So you heard Ms. Venezia and Mr. Lynch discuss how we'll be going through this long-term planning process and over a 10-year redevelopment phase to figure out what the sources of financing are, with the potential that it would buy down the county's investment then in the property, right, the $150 million loan. And so this line of credit is very flexible and allows for prepayment so that it could reduce that long-term obligation. And so that's the rationale for what we did there. Now, the interest rate on the AHIF loan, which is great about this initial investment, is that it is a hard pay loan of 1%, as you noted, in the first 5 years. And that initially, and certainly for the first year, given what we know about the interest rate on the line of credit, will largely cover the majority of debt service in FY22, with the balance, if there's any delta, coming from AHIF as. And then similarly, we expect the same in 23, as long as there's not a significant increase in interest rates. So that was part of the rationale for doing that. And then once we get through the long-term finance plan, we'll have a better sense of how we should structure the county's loan or the line of credit, right? You know what I mean? Do we lock in part of it? Do we not? And so that's how we put the overall deal together. The rationale for the increasing interest rate after 5 years on the AHIF loan in some ways followed the Amazon deal, and just to keep everyone motivated for that redevelopment, an incentive to get that redevelopment of the property going, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I think there's language that seeks to reflect that we cannot plan. We have planned for eventualities and protected the county, but there has to be, we cannot guarantee the order of things. I believe there's one estimate, maybe you could speak to a little bit, that in the most challenging of scenarios, or this could result in approximately a commitment that might range $5 to $7 million in AHIF funding, just so that we're transparent with our public verbally, in addition to in our staff report.
Sure. So, based on Mr. Lynch's team have been really great about providing us with the super preliminary, what they learned from the borrower and what the whole deal would look like, and so they've been really great about that. And when we look at those numbers and what the possible scenarios could be for as LIHTC financing or these other financing sources that we could bring to the table, and then we look at what the county's long-term debt would be, and we roll that out, it could be $5 to $7 million annually, and that could be the number. Now, it could be better, or it could be worse. There's a lot. We put this deal together very quickly. I think we had a great team working on it, and we'll see once we get through this next year and go through this longer-term process what that exact number is.
Thank you, Ms. Cowan. Other questions on the financing? I may have belabored it more than necessary, but Mr. Dorsey.
I'll just take the opportunity for my concluding remarks. This has really been one where we've spent a lot of time talking about Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners and Arlington County's role in all of this. I'd be remiss if I didn't give a little bit air to the role of the organization that would come before us if we were all listing alphabetically, Amazon. So Amazon, as many people know, has a $2 billion housing equity fund that they are going to invest in their communities here, Nashville, Washington, and that was a big deal when it was announced. And with that came a commitment and a desire to get 20,000 units with that $2 billion investment. If you do the math, that's about $100,000 a unit. Amazon is all in on this deal at a little bit more than $100,000 per unit. So we thank you all for making the stretch and for realizing the value in this. And we really know that without your providing below market capital in addition to our below market capital, we could be dealing with a very, very different result. So thank you. And with that, we've had a lot of conversation from people in our community wondering, why did this have to happen so fast? And why couldn't you share more with us? And couldn't you push the closing date? And I want to remind people that this wasn't just simply one side negotiating with a buyer. This was a competitive process, like years ago in the housing market where they were escalating offers upon escalating officers. Well, that's what we were dealing with here. So Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners had to put together a package that could offer the cleanest possible terms for closing at the highest possible premium price. So all of those desires to do the Arlington thing of sitting with it and deliberating some more, wasn't going to happen. So we needed to act in the best interest of our community. I feel confident that we've done so in a way that, quite frankly, is going to help stabilize our community. And really, that's where I just get really excited about this deal. In the near term, we have talked about the fact that there will be no displacement, that households will be stabilized, which means kids will be able to go to school where they've previously been going to school, that the pandemic will not exacerbate bad outcomes, that job security won't be threatened. We've got a situation where their middle-term security is even more certain than it was before, because they'll have the availability and offer of longer-term leases. This deal brings with it the capitalization to make sure that the deferred and ongoing maintenance needs are going to be better addressed. This is a very, very, very good deal for people who live at Barcroft Apartments, and of that I am most grateful. Mr. Reyes, we thank you very much for reminding us all about Arna Valley. I think the trauma, and I don't use that word lightly, that went into all that occurred there has very much informed our ability to respond favorably this time around, and I appreciate your recognizing that. As I mentioned before, Barcroft is essential to the Columbia Pike community. Without a favorable disposition of it, Columbia Pike really doesn't work as the community that engaged in planning its long-term future desired. So this is wonderful to stabilize the community. And as Ms. Merlene mentioned on the team's call, fiscally prudent people can look at this and see a lot to love as well. $100,000 per unit for our subsidy is fantastic for what we do when we consider all manner of affordable housing deals in our community. And when we look at the financing package that Ms. Cowan talked about, it's really reflective of the county's creditworthiness overall, that we were able to execute such favorable terms very, very quickly. So I'll try to speed through this. Mr. Lynch, and on behalf of, I hope you will accept to your entire team my gratitude and thanks for a lot that you're going to bring to this table. Principally, I love that you are interested in looking at your new community and finding the talent from within to help with the overall, not only operations of the place, but the planning for its future. That's really an exemplification of what we mean by equity in looking at people and talent, and I love it. And, I realize that we've got this hugely long and complicated loan document that outlines the terms and conditions that our resources come with. But I want to, say sincerely that we look forward to hearing what your approaches are to placemaking and community and capacity building, because I hope from your varied development experiences elsewhere that we'll have a lot to learn as well that we can incorporate for the rest of our county. And, look, to everyone else, just as I mentioned before, please give them time. This was for 80 years, this was a black box to the wider community, and now that it's going to be opened up, please don't take advantage of that by not letting us do our best work. So hopefully I make the plea for patience, and for all of those who would have loved to have dug into this more, I do sincerely appreciate that. We've got a lot of people in Arlington who probably could have made a contribution if they had gotten into this and deliberated over it for a while before. But, $500 million deals are hard enough. I mean, in this one, I counted 10 pages of definitions alone in our loan agreement, which is crazy. Clearly, we could not have negotiated that with the community. So I will just trust that as people pore over this over the weeks ahead, they will come to the conclusion that we absolutely need to do this, and we're getting to do it under pretty good terms. And thank you for indulging me in being long-winded.
No, thank you, Mr. Dorsey, for starting our concluding comments. Ms. Garvey.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is a season for gift giving and celebrating. It feels really right. I got on the board in 2012, March, actually. I'm almost 10 years, which is interesting. And I very quickly, I'd been on the school board, so look at education. I very quickly kind of dived into things a little bit, land use. And I got to this real quick shorthand. I had two worries, NSA and Barcroft Apartments. NSA was the shorthand for our commercial vacancy rate. We lost NSA, but we got Amazon. Thank you, Amazon. Better than NSA if it has to be. I would like to have both, but it's great. Thank you. And now Barcroft. I've been worrying about Barcroft for 10 years. So thank you very much. This may not be the solution, but it's really exciting. As Ms. Crystal said, it's so exciting for planners. Arlingtonians really like to plan. We do a lot of planning. We also like to be in the forefront of things, and often I think being in the forefront is maybe not the best place to be. You can make mistakes and stuff, but on something like this, I think we really want and need to be in the forefront. Nobody has figured out how to do affordable housing in a popular popular urban area. I don't think anywhere in the world. And the idea of coming in and creating a community. I loved what you said about creating communities, not buildings. And you said that your customers are residents and families, not tenants. And that's just a really great way to start. You've met some of our people here. Mr. Reyes can help you a lot in talking with people. You've probably met him already, which is great. We've got a lot of people who are active. Some of this came from some places along the pike. We had some treats with Mr. Tacus swearing in. Maybe we could give we will give you one of these. It's delicious. And you'll stop by Cafe Saison right there on Columbia Pike. It's great. You're going to love it here. You're going to love it here. Anyway, I'm just delighted that you're here. The one thing I want to warn you about is trees. We're really big on saving trees, and there's some gorgeous trees there. So as you work on the amenities, pools, tot lots, and all of that, which so needed for that community. Anyway, just remember the trees. And I could go on for quite a long time. I think we're probably going to have a fairly long relationship. I think you're going to be here for a while. This is a great community. And I'm just excited. I think this partnership between Amazon and you and the county and our community and really bringing in the people who live here, sometimes it's like, what a strange concept. You talk to the people who actually live here about what they need. I mean, that's the way it should be done, but it often is not. So thank you so very much for coming. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for your comments, for your wisdom. I feel like I've been mentored a little bit. Appreciate it.
I'm really old.
No. Fantastic. Thank you for all the comments. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lynch, good to see you again. I tried to remember when it was last time that we were in the same room, and it was about 10 years ago, 2011 exactly. And back then you were actually touring Columbia Pike, some of these risk properties, as it was my job to present them to you and to make you aware what the county board of that time, what the community wanted to see happening there, and what the project envisioned by the Columbia Pike Initiative, of which this is the 22nd year. So I'm very happy that this investment paid off and that you are back and taking this very courageous decision. And that's true also for us. So, so to our fellow taxpayers and to our fellow residents in Arlington, this was a really, really big decision. This is a really big decision. And none across this dice has taken that easily. And I know that on the staff side, I will come to that a little bit later, even less so. So there is a lot of work and thought behind that, also a lot of hope. And talking about hope, I want to assure our residents, our taxpayers, that actually this is investment. This is not subsidy. This is investment. There is a positive side on this balance sheet, and it's mighty. We're enabling reinvestment in a very compact, big, but very compact campus that has momentous development potential. And of course, it retains its value-added capacity, and it has even increased that over time. If I were your investor, Mr. Lynch, I would feel quite comfortable tonight, actually, at the prospect of what is going to happen in Barcroft both in a profitable way for you, but also in a profitable way in all possible dimensions for our community as well. The size and the economies of scale of this campus are absolutely unique. Definitely unique in Northern Virginia, I believe unique in the general context of the metropolitan region. We are getting to retain in Arlington significant essential workforce, including some county employees, namely police officers and others. This property, by the way, will also be paying taxes. This is not like they're not. And so much more. So this board, I believe, and at least I start there, I'm not only interested, you hear it from a housing advocate, I'm not only interested in the preservation of affordable housing. I am equally interested in the contribution of this development, future development, and of this phased development plan to take Columbia Pike to the place envisioned by the Columbia Pike Initiative. On Columbia Pike, there are 40,000 Arlingtonians living, 1 out of 4. The riskiest properties also present the biggest opportunities here. Barcroft should not continue to be a bedroom community. It should be a community, a desirable place to live. In 10 years from now, I really envision Barcroft to be a place where we will be inviting people from across the nation, maybe across the world, to show them what we did, to get them to visit Arlington because of that. So back to those who have worked so much on this. So Ms. Venezia, Ms. Rizzo, Ms. Stanovsky, I cannot thank you enough for all the work that you invested, and you will be continuing to invest in this. The county attorney's office, the unsung heroes of this as well, Ms. Hefferman and Ms. Kaur, and everybody who has been supporting you. It is really tough to pull this off. We understand that. And this is really something I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I want to also name some people who are not in the room today, but they were in the room before, some of them. Those who have been working on the neighborhoods plan, the Columbia Pike neighborhoods plan. When we talk about was the community aware of that, or was the community involved? Well, I can tell you that by 2011, 10 years from back, there was a thorough process that went through all scenarios, including the scenario we're living today. We actually estimated back then that the gap financing would be about $73,000. I remember that still. For 10 years before, this is not such a bad prediction. So Inta Malis was the chair of this committee. Kathleen McSweeney was on this committee. Reed Goldstein, who is the vice chair of our school board today, was on this committee, and myself. I also saw for a moment here in the team's meeting, Mr. Matusek, who was a planner back then, and Ms. Jennifer Smith. So this is a right moment to thank them for their work as well. And so to thank Ms. Cowan and the entire team of the county manager's office. We know that they have been working on this as well. And last but not least, Amazon. I have to tell you, it is a very big investment that you are making, and it's very appreciated. I consider that not only as a strategic investment, but actually a partnership that is forming. And if I look at what happened this year, Crystal House was another one, significant. And we did some more, Mr. Chair, in this year. Greenbrier, Park Shirlington, and now Barcroft. I do believe that closing this December, that we are presenting to Arlingtonians a very solid commitment of their political leadership, something that the voters have rewarded, that we are serious about preserving affordable housing in Arlington. We are not done, though. The size of this commitment just reflects the size of the problem. So we will keep working on this. Thank you so much. I will, of course, support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. I want to echo Mr. Carantonis' comments about the magnitude. With the possible exclusion of the water pollution control plant, although I think that was made through multiple actions of the board, I think this is perhaps the largest single appropriation this board has ever voted on anything, not just affordable housing. And there are opportunity costs for these funds. The debt service alone will have impacts on our annual operating budget. It will in other ways constrain our affordable housing portfolio. And it's important to acknowledge the size and the magnitude of that. This is that important. This is an action that is so important to our community as a whole, to all of our affordable housing goals, to all of our goals for the future of Columbia Pike, and for the realization of the community vision that Mr. Carantonis talked about so compellingly. $150 million stretches the county so far. It is so much money, and there is still a gap because of the size of this project. And so I just want to join my colleagues in calling out the fact that we can draw a direct line from Amazon's investment at $160 million in this project to the fact that tenants will not be displaced, that our neighbors will stay in their homes. If it were not for the involvement of Amazon, if Amazon were not here in Arlington County and part of this community and is committed to keeping this community intact as we are, this community wouldn't be staying intact. So we're joined tonight by a few members, Mr. Stout, Ms. Buell, Mr. Swift, and Mr. Benson, and we're so glad to have your partnership. I think it's the understatement of the day to say that Amazon has done the right thing here, and now it's on all of us to execute. I also have been, thinking and remarking that we've been so fortunate to have a mission-driven buyer here and partner in Mr. Lynch, which is so true, and we're so excited to work with you. And if I can maybe torture that metaphor a little bit, we're also so fortunate to have a mission-driven county staff, because as my colleagues have echoed, as our manager has echoed, I mean, this has been a burn the midnight oil for about 6 weeks straight type of project. And that mission-drivenness has been as true of our attorneys and our management and finance analysts as it's been of our housing staff and human services leads. It's truly taken an amazing team working around the clock in close collaboration with your team, Mr. Lynch, to get us to this point, and I am so grateful for them. And I'll speak a little bit personally for a moment, just in closing, as a Douglas Park resident who's just a couple blocks away from the Barcroft Apartments, how much it meant to me, Mr. Lynch, as I think it did to Ms. Garvey, to hear you describe folks not as tenants but as families. These families at Barcroft, these are my son's playmates at Doctors Run Park, and in a couple of Septembers they'll be his classmates at Randolph Elementary School. And it's just so meaningful to have a partner who sees these families, as Arlingtonians, as true drivers of our community. And I feel lucky to live in their neighborhood. And I'm so glad to know that we will be able to for many years to come. And to just conclude, I was thinking as Ms. Venezia so compellingly described the way the equity questions map onto the analysis that staff has done, that kind of final question of what did we do, right? That's the equity question we're asking ourselves now, but What did we do? That's also the question that history will ask of us, this board, this staff, our partners, when it came time to preserve the largest market rate affordable housing complex in this community, and with it, preserve so much of what makes the Pike an amazing place. And I am thrilled to be able to take this vote and to be able to answer that question so affirmatively tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Want to say thank you to staff and Venetia. I've tried to make sure that nothing else, so little, you're doing so much, and just a huge thank you. You've been relentless. I don't know whether Brenda Heffernan is here, but a huge thank you to Ms. Kaur, Brenda Heffernan, for all of the work. There's so many different people that had to work over the last month, virtually nonstop, and every moment there's issues at play. And just a huge thank you to our attorneys, Ms. Cowan and DMF. Thank you so much. I hope it's okay to say that I'm hoping that there will be some long nights of sleep, because I know you've been working so hard, and the entire team. Just a huge thank you. Thanks as well to the rest of the housing team, Melissa Donosky and Sarah Pizzo, and to Erica Moore and Bryna Helfer. You've been working a ton, and also to our manager for the vision to help make this orchestra work on our staff side. To Mr. Lynch, there are 185 pages in 32A, and there are good 60 or so pages in 32B. You know that, first, a huge thank you. You also know that these pages can cover in broad terms the relationship that we are starting, but not in total. And I am very heartened by your commitment, and I'm confident, without being certain, that we're going to work together through the process of the 5 to 7 different development pieces, and families will be respected, and we will build on this community. To Amazon, the Crystal Houses was $381.5 million that you made as a commitment to our community that was part of the Housing Equity Fund and meeting the moment. But this is perhaps different and maybe hardest, because this is an existing set of units that is that we have still to do a census on. And so this is not easy, but this is exactly the partnership that we could have only hoped for at the best of what we were doing. And the partnerships mean that things get detailed, and you might not agree on every point at every moment, but you agreed to commit, as I know resonates, and I hope resonates with the leadership and the partners that really we have in our community. So I can't say this is perhaps the most grateful I am with respect to the partnership on this, because I agree with Ms. Crystal that, but for your partnership, there's nothing inevitable about this private property staying affordable. I do have to say, I think it's important just to mention, Mr. Reyes is right, that there's a long road that is still left to go, and we will have to live our values every second. I'm very pleased to answer Mr. Spain's questions regarding relocation guidelines. It's in the document. I also think that it's critical that we work on a census. That's been covered a couple of times. I will wrap up just by saying this is, I think Mr. Snyder said, we are celebrating the opportunity to get to start. And we still have to close, and we still have to then start. And Mr. Dorsey's right that we ask for time. But you know, between 1939 and 1953, when these were built, this was the middle class. This was the way to make your way up the economic ladder. And what we are asking and what we are doing tonight is our chance at history to keep making that real for as many people as we possibly can on this night. So I said when I voted for, at different times I've said we got to close the distance between the way the world is and the way the world should be, and this vote absolutely does it. So With that, the question is on Mr. Dorsey's motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations to all of you who have worked night after night. I hope you get a minute's rest, and thank you. So with that, we have just a couple of quick housekeeping items colleagues know, and one of them is a very different note. Those in the room, you can stay, but I know you may have work ahead of you, so you do not have to stay. Accept our thanks for all the work that has come, and mindful that there is still work left to do. So we don't want to but thank you so much. And you want to pass this along? If you. Yeah. Thank you, all staff, and we haven't yet mentioned, but we should, Ms. Flanagan Watson as well, big thank you for all the sleepless nights and everyone who has helped. So we have to turn to a quick motion, just a housekeeping item, following up. Yesterday we held a closed session, and so we need to just certify, and this question is just to finish, it's to Ms. Crystal. We made a motion that the members of the county board discussed while you were there only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened, and that was personnel items. Do you vote in the affirmative?
I do.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Crystal. And last, I believe, but not least, and I hope we can sort of find a different segment just to make sure we honor the former chair, a longtime leader of the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, passed away on December 9th, Rich Dowd. And we should just take a moment to recognize his leadership. And I was at the Chamber luncheon, and everyone was struck by what an extraordinary leader he had been over multiple years. And I was struck by this quote, and I'll ask colleagues who knew him in addition to share if you have quick thoughts or thoughts. Kate Bates, I would not be where I am without the support, mentorship, and opportunities provided to me by Rich Dowd during the 7 years I worked under his leadership. We continue to feel his impact on our chamber and in our community, his beloved home. My heart is with his absolutely amazing family. So we lost Rich Dowd, and we just have to honor an extraordinary person and leader. So with that, I don't know if there are closing thoughts or additional thoughts that Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, just real quickly, it's late, and but Rich was really a special guy, and what we're doing now, this is such a new phase in Arlington, I think we're going to, but we got to this because of people like Rich Dowd. He really, he cared so much about people. He had this self-deprecating humor, and he just kind of kept going and kept doing what he needed to do and caring about people and doing the right thing. He was just a delightful person. And as I say, kind of got us to be the community that we are today, and ready to take this really exciting leap into the future. But we wouldn't be here without folks like him. So he's going to be missed.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Mr. Dorsey?
Thank you for allowing me to take a trip down memory lane. I occupied the same office building as Rich for about 3 years. And I just got to say, he's really a heck of a guy, as Ms. Garvey mentioned. He was a really nice guy. In addition to being an accomplished leader who took the chamber from, sort of Arlington of old into the modern period, he was just really an excellent guy to be around. And as evidenced by his mentorship of Kate Bates, really was, despite his relative seniority in his career, really kind of ahead of the curve when it came to looking at integrating young, female, and minority talent. He very much desired that, cultivated it. He didn't call it equity, didn't call it a thing. It was just sort of Rich's way. And some of you may know that he was really the principal founder for the organization that's now known as the Leadership Center for Excellence, which operates the Leadership Arlington program. So a lot of great imprints that Rich Dowd has had on Arlington County. He will be missed.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. With that, I believe we're close to concluded. Mr. Carantonis, anything to?
Now, just a little footnote. Rich Dowd was among the first people I got to know in Arlington. Accidentally, was a chamber event, and I was absolutely impressed. He was just a kind of an Eisenhower, practical. He had, very self-deprecating, humorous actor who, at the same time, was at the helm of one of the most successful smart growth economies in the nation. And that was really impressive, how he got people in, how he actually made the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, a small shop, to something that is really important. So, yeah, where he is, I mean, he may rest in peace. Great contribution to this
I
community.
think our manager wants to thank you, Mr. Carantonis. He really was. Are you going to tell an
Schwartz.
Apple? Are you going to tell an Apple computer story? Because that's.
I did want, because Mr. Dorsey brought it up, when I was in the class of 2008 at Leadership Arlington, now Leadership Center for Excellence, one of the absolute highlights is we went on a mystery bus tour, okay? And so Rich Dowd, who we all knew, got on the bus. He was so excited, and he's taking us on a mystery bus tour. We went to Arlington National Cemetery. And he took us there, and he showed us that part of the cemetery. It's not, I don't know how well it's known, but there's an area there where Freedman's Village was originally, where it's the home to many original Arlingtonians from our Black community who are buried there, many with just first names. And I've never seen anyone so excited about sharing that piece of history. Just another little footnote, he was an excellent judge of talent, because he hired someone named Emily Schwartz as a summer intern one year. And so I just had incredibly fond memories. He's also was a neighbor of mine in my civic association. And just, they say they don't make people like that anymore. What a great guy, and sorely missed. So thank you.
And I'll just add just a whole other different, and I can't even quite remember the story, which is why I didn't want to, but he started out in California, computer stores selling the very first Apple computers. Wow. And talked about how wildly popular they were and how he had to keep trying to get more and more. So to go from selling computers in California to coming here, they don't kind of make them like that anymore. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Kushner, is there any other items to come before the board?
There are none.
Colleagues, I believe this is the last scheduled meeting. As Mr. Schwartz was describing how good of a person in the moment in Arlington National Cemetery, thought of my grandfather's favorite phrase, which is carpe diem. This year, I feel we have seized the moment. With that, I'll adjourn. Thank you, colleagues.